fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Oh. Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Sec's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Oren Park has been a staple of SCOPS for a very, very long time. It has been a track which many have questioned, well, why is this place on the calendar? It's not a track that exists anymore in the real world. It's a very tight track. It's a very narrow track. It's a track which finds overtaking to be incredibly difficult. But what this place does is something special to Australian sim racers. And what it does for this virtual racing school V8SCOPS season is really put the nail on the head. It's a type of circuit where you have to drive very narrow at your very best every single lap to get the best out of this place. And the only place you can see that happen is here on the iRacing Esports Network, brought to you as a SimSpeed TV presentation. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's watching around the world for this at one fantastic Oren Park track. Because this is Jake Sperry, joined alongside by the Southpaw racer, Reese Gardner, here in the commentary box for what is going to be 3 great bits of racing going on. But most importantly at the moment, Super Split 2 is going on right now. Practice underway. The qualifying times were set over 18 hours and 3 days yesterday. And Reese, well, just to bring you into the conversation right now, how important is it to get a good qualifying around this place? We know how tight it is. We know how narrow it is. We know how easy you can come unstuck if you find yourself in the mid-pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly important to get a good qualifying around a place like this. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast. We hope you enjoy what is sure to be a whole bunch of action coming tonight. Yeah, this track, you spend barely any of half of it at full throttle. Only opportunity to rest is down the start-finish straight, and it's difficult to put a pass on someone at most places around this circuit. So if you mess up your qualifying, then you're in for a very rough night. Question is, in qualifying as well, you got to make sure that you have space, and that's at a premium here.
Base is very much at a premium, but there will be no qualifying for these drivers as their times have been determined by their pre-qualification times, so they'll be hoping that their times are going to be good enough for their positions here today. But more importantly, at this point in time, we have a bit of history about this place, and this place has had a storied history over its time. Reese Gardner has been toiling away in the background, and he stood by with the fact file.
The Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS comes to a lost classic for round 4 of the 2020 season, the legendary Oren Park Raceway. The location of this track near Narellan in New South Wales is now a built-up suburb in the real world, but thanks to laser scanning technology, iRacing captured the circuit as it was before its demolition, and it now lives on forever on the hard drives of sim racers around the world. This track was regarded as a great challenge, and for good reason. It's tight. A figure-of-8 layout packs hairpins, flowing S-bends, and bumpy sweepers into a lap that takes just over a minute to complete. The start-finish straight is your only opportunity to rest, but even then, you're changing rapid fire through the gears. This track forces you to use the shortest drop gear ratios available. Turns 1 and 2 require drivers to brake and turn at the same time, and the exit opens up just a little, making throttle application difficult to judge. This section, up to the rough exit of turn 3, is where many passes this weekend will be made. The apex curbs in this section are harsh gutters of concrete, just waiting to unsettle your car if you get too greedy. Precision is key. Where the first sector is kind of stop-start in nature, the rest of the track sees every corner flow right into the next. The fast right coming over the bridge, into the S of 6 and 7, then the third gear left of turn 8, highlight the need for a compliant front end. understeer is your worst enemy at Oren Park. Eliminate as much of it as you can, soften the springs to ride the bumps, and manage weight transfer effectively. The tyres are going to take a beating no matter what you do, so damage limitation is the order of the day. The most iconic corner at Oren Park is also the most critical, the dog leg, a fifth gear right-left flick that goes over the crest of a hill. Balance the throttle and take as much of the second curb as you can, but don't get too brave. If you overshoot your line and get into the grass, you compromise braking for the final turn, which rushes up to you like a sheer cliff of tarmac. Getting in and out of the pits could cause some drama. Pit entry sees drivers braking on the natural racing line, down to 50 kilometers an hour. The entry itself is incredibly narrow. When the pit window opens and you're on an opponent's bumper, it might be a good idea to stay to the left a bit, just in case. Caution is also required on pit exit. It's on the outside of turn 1 and it blends right onto the racing line again. Drivers tackling turns 1 and 2 at speed will already have the car loaded up under braking and moving to the right, so if a car pops out of the pits as they line it up, they won't have much time to take evasive action. This is why timing your stops so that you come out in a gap is so important. I expect at least one driver tonight to find the gravel trap because of this. It's going to be a race of attrition around here, close quarters and one turn after another for 250 k's straight, which means fatigue will become a huge factor towards the end. Who will manage their energy and survive the gauntlet of this historic circuit of the past? High time to find out.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Oren Park after what was a brilliant fact file there by our good friend Reese Gardner, who's actually here alongside us as he always is. But this is important right now here today. Everyone knows round 4 of the championship. Start to move up in terms of everything that's going on. Start to gear up towards that championship push. And now you start thinking about, okay, well, who's my nearest rival? And where do I start finding the points and the performances to get up to that level? Some brilliant things happening here today, though. But Reese, what's very important right now is the fact that we are on Zoom for the first time in the SCOPS series. And as you can see, we have one driver available for that. That's Mr. Cam Dance. And see, he looks very much like the Stig at the moment. In fact, white helmet there as he drives around. He's got a nice little wave. He knows that he's online. He's gone off track a little bit as he tries to work the wheel and push himself through in the TechSense Pitstone Motorsports car.
Yeah, putting the immersion up to 100% in that helmet of his. Good to see. But that Zoom channel is open for anyone to join, any driver in this series. So if you want to get your mug on the broadcast and you have a suitable webcam, then we're more than happy to have you and highlight you in terms of the broadcast as we go through the racing tonight. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how all of this pans out.
Well, you can get more than just your mug. You can get any sort of cup or a thing you can hold any form of liquid in on the broadcast.
A pint glass.
Space. Yes, you could definitely get a pint glass in if you really, really wanted to, but we do not encourage that. So continuing on, as people look to try and put some times in, this is going to be an interesting place today because drivers who are quick maybe in practice aren't necessarily going to be the ones at the top of this field. It's 26 degrees on track here today, Reese. It's 25 kilometers an hour winds coming in from the south, which is very, very blustery. And that's going to give a little bit of a, well, how is this going to play out for these drivers today? It's a very open, very expansive track, but it's also worth noting it's one of only 2 figure 8, well, actually, that's a lie. It's one of only 3 figure 8 circuits on the iRacing surface behind Suzuka and also Irwindale.
Yes, exactly. Oren Park, a very unique layout, and originally it didn't have the figure of 8 crossover. That was added in the late 1970s when the World Superbike Championship came to Oren Park for their Australian round, and it became one of the most iconic parts of the circuit. Really provides a challenge for the drivers, because that hump coming over the bridge and through into the right-hand sweeper, certainly a place where the car can get unbalanced. That is the track here at Oren Park. 12 turns, and every single one of them is a massive challenge. This track is incredibly bumpy. It's got some fast sections, but that entire second sector of the circuit, each corner flows directly into the next, so you make one mistake and your entire lap is ruined.
Absolutely, and this is a case of minimal mistakes will win this race, and these drivers know that it's going to be tough going out here today. Of course, with these 32 laps that these drivers in Super Split 2 have, they will have one pit stop, and that pit lane is one line suits all the way. It's the biggest definition I've ever seen in iRacing of one line suits all, because literally it is only just one car width wide.
Yeah, exactly, and we're seeing one of the pitfalls right now up on screen. Jamie Stovall getting a big smack in the rear, and that is a look at the pit entry and the pit exit. You do see how narrow it is, but as I said in the fact file, the entry and the exit are going to be some places to watch, because you brake on the race line to enter the pit lane, and you're basically spat out directly on the outside of turn 1 when you come out. So drivers are going to have to be very careful when they make their pit stops. Speaking of pit stops, it is a 50% fuel tank restriction here in Split 2, so 55.5 litres max in the tank. And that will take you 25 laps. I'm just getting my notes confused. So if you want to get home, basically, the earliest you can pit is lap 7 in this race, a 32-lap race here.
Yeah, 32-lap race is always going to be very tough. It's a track with low fuel usage as you go around. You're spending a lot of the time in the lower gears around this place, but there's been a lot of changes since round 3 at Sebring and round 4 here at Oren Park. So very quickly, we've got a bit of time, about 3 minutes before drivers start gridding up. What have been some of the changes, Reese, that have come to this vehicle? As a massive part of that has come down to the fact that the E-Series has really kicked off.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the changes that was put in for the E-Series is a new, taller gear ratio for super speedways. So if drivers so desire, they can take it out on Daytona and Talladega and not have to worry about smashing off the limiter. But the biggest changes that have come in since the last round are with the tires. It's mainly to do with cooling, compound, cornering stiffness, grip, and rolling drag. The net effects are the tires don't overheat as much now when you slide them. It used to be that if you slid the rear, then it would massively overheat. The tires would practically melt, and they'd be very difficult to bring back to a reasonable temperature. So the tires do have a bit more cooling on them now as a result of that. It also means that slides are a lot more progressive. There isn't a completely sudden loss of grip like there used to be. There also used to be a big response on initial turn-in, so the car felt very twitchy when the wheel was near the center. That is gone now. Turn-in is more progressive. The tires have been given stiffer sidewalls, which results in a bit more response and a bit more stability through the high-speed corners. And not only that, there's generally a car that's more drivable when the tires are cold. Used to be that it was death on wheels when you took it out of the pits, and it still is to an extent, but at least you won't be sliding all over the place trying to get your tires up to temperature.
So what you're saying here, Reese, is that if someone has an issue on cold tyres, it's not on the car being very, very twitchy, it's on the driver's skill.
Yeah, a bit more now than it was, at least.
Well, that's going to be really interesting to keep our eyes on. Of course, with every single change that comes to this vehicle, there's always somebody who looks to be knocking on the door and saying they have what it takes to be up there and really knocking on that place that says we can be the top driver in this field. It has been fantastic to see so many drivers going out, and we're even now seeing quicker drivers here in practice right now, because Ian Bird is the quickest man overall in this practice. He's done a 104.299, which is a tenth and a bit clear from Jamie Stovall in second, and saying that, Kenneth Latter moving up to second right at the end of this practice session, which has been half an hour long, which means in just the next couple of moments we we are going to bring this practice procedure to the end. We will take you over to an extended driver's grid proceedings at this point in time, and that's going to be something new also that has been added onto the iRacing service. So always updating and innovating as iRacing. Practice is over here for Super Split 2 and the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season round 4 at Oren Park. This is how the grid is going to stack. It will be Ian Bird. He was the fastest man in practice. He is the fastest man overall as he sits up on the pole position. Justin Wallace in the Race on Oscar is alongside in the 913. Kenneth Latter makes it Mark 113 with United Esports. Nick Cummings, surprisingly, in Super Split 2. He starts from the second row. Scott Gamble's a former Mark 1 Esports driver. He starts from 5th place with Christian Smart in 6th overall. Colin Warwick starts in 7th with Daniel Misdale in the DPR car in 8th. Adam Blocker, the American, starting 9th. And it's Tyler Blackburn getting himself on the back of the 5th row.
Starting on the 6th row, this is 11th back. Reese Keane and Darren Lobb make it an all DPR row 6. Good to see them sitting there. It'll be interesting to see how they advance from that point. Ruben Goodall for Pursuit Sim Racing starts in lucky 13 alongside Rob Bowden, who has one of the most striking liveries on the grid. You get just a hint of that with the number. Clint Smith starting in 15th position alongside Josh Morris. A name that I have not seen much of yet. I'll be interested to see how he goes. Craig Jones, the next Mach 1 machine there in 17th place, and he's joined by Michael Skurlock on row 9, Illusion Motorsports, which recently, unfortunately, folded. So the drivers are going to have to look for another name to run under after that. Henry King, one of the guys formerly of Oceanic Sim Racing and one of the starters of Scops. He starts in 19th place. And Jamie Stovald rounds out the top 20 there for Pursuit Sim Racing.
Harold Stadler goes from 21st. You got Benjamin Smith alongside him in 22nd. Todd Parks goes from 23rd, and there's the AMS Motorsports car of Ben Christensen. He's been having wheel issues over the course of this past week. He needs to fix those if he wants to go forward. Team boss at United, Jamie McKnight, is 25th with Bruce Kiley alongside. Liam Wilde goes from 27th, Neil Pearson in 28th, and then you got Jeff Rahali and Craig Anspach. They make 30.
Jeff Rahali making his first Scops start in a while. Tyler Bowen starts from 31st for Redback Racing Team, sister team to Mach 1. He's joined by Mitchell Sealack, who is also making his first V8 Scops start in a while. Cameron Dance, our man on the camera for TechSense Fitstyle Motorsports, in 33rd, joined by Vincent Skilbeck. And rounding out the field, we got Guy Leach, Andrew Mogridge, and Joel Kenton. 37 cars starting here at Oren Park. And with 10 seconds to go till the lights go up, Sperry, it's going to be chaotic.
Absolutely it is. Watch that run to turn number 1. It's going to be very, very much a case of be cautious as much as you can. We welcome you to the SimSpeed TV presentation on the iRacing Esports Network. Watch out for everyone. They are going to be flying here into the first couple of corners, and it starts right about now as they get themselves going. What a slow start that is from one Mr. Nick Cummings, and he's immediately under pressure. Bird's got a good start, but it's not going to be all plain sailing here. Wallace has a line here on the insides. They hit the brakes into turn number 1. Any dramas here from the front? No, there isn't, but there is side by side as they go through. Wallace with the nose to the inside. Little wiggle there from Bird as he goes through. Smart's had a good start as well as he's moved up a couple of places, but defending into turn number 3. It is well played there by Ian Bird. He keeps the race lead for the time being, but they're still trying to fan out and sort things out in the mid-pack.
Yeah, some side-by-side running there. It's been a clean start for the most part, but we do have a car around at the back. That is Todd Parks for Synergy Sim Racing. He's going to have to get going again. I'm seeing another spinner and around the turn 5 area, and that has been Christensen in the number 9. He's had to get going again as well, but up the front, it's Ian Bird up the front, Justin Wallace and Kenneth Latter currently rounding out the podium. Bird has got the ever so slight gap that he needs, but he has to make sure that he nails the throttle, because if he makes any mistake at all, then Justin Wallace is going to be right there. Big slide from Latter.
Yeah, huge slide there from Kenneth Latter. A lap already score complete. This place is only 2.6 Ks in terms of its length, so it's always going to be a quick lap around this place. On the brakes they go. Latta looking for the inside. No room at the end. Behind that, though, contact as they're around. Goes, I believe, Nick Cummings there in a bit of contact with, I believe that was Adam Blocker there, trying to find a way through. So, Adam, you've got to be patient around this place, buddy, as they go through. That's 2 places gone, and they've lost the pack. Cummings now slots in behind Tyler Blackburn and Daniel Misdale going forward. It happens just like that around this place. It is death by 1,000 paper cuts if you get it wrong.
Absolutely. It seems like it widens up there into turn 2 and you can put a move up the inside, but you got to remember the actual apex is a bit further along, so falling afoul of that and a bit more side-by-side action back further. I'm seeing contact there. Benjamin Smith and Henry King. Yeah, King coming off second best as a result of that. Fortunately, this track is very open, wide expanses of grass, so you got a chance to get back on the circuit.
Yes, and you can see Henry King has come out with Vincent Skillbeck as he moves through into turn 1. Car spun on exit there. That's Cam Dance who's gone around, and that's not going to be ideal. Looking down the inside of Bruce Kiley, and we can probably get a little look on his camera and see how he was feeling about that. And he's taken the helmet off, but ultimately he might have been better with the helmet on as he made his way through. That was not the place you want to be spinning down at the opening section. There's more dramas behind Adam Blocker here, because I think that's Darren Lobenko who's just had to try and negotiate a way through Ruben Goodall. Oh no!
Oh, goodness me. Things are getting a little bit worse here because Lob is now the cork in the bottle. There's a big gap forward to the next car. Everyone's just trying to find a way past. Goodall looking to the inside, but nothing doing for the moment. They resume single file running once again.
They do, and just about they do at the moment, because look at all of this. That was Benjamin Smith having a huge slide, and now you've got yourself in the Piccadilly Circus area. It's rush hour right now as they move on through. Not much you can do about that. Look a little bit further forward right now. Misdale is really holding off Tyler Blackburn, half defending into the final corner. This very tough final corner where there is no margin for error as they push on forward. It is worth noting, though, as well, at this point in time, that the front 4 have broken away. Bird, Wallace, Latta and Gamble at the front of the field. Then it's the pack of 2 of Warwick and Smart, and then you got Misdale, Blackburn, Cummings, Blocker and Keane. Still some side-by-side a little bit further back. This is going to be Jamie McKnight here having to defend from Clint Shane Smith. And positions stay the same as they go up, but wide in front there goes Michael Skurlock, who's losing the back of Benjamin Smith.
And Neil Pearson there with some issues coming through turn 3. That's become quite the spot for drivers to have incidents, one of the more tempting overtaking opportunities on the circuit. But we're right on board currently with Nick Cummings just inside the top 10 as he chases down Blackburn and Misdale. And they look like they're going to sync up to each other here down the straight. A little bit of a slide there from Blackburn, but it's not giving Cummings the chance he needs for now.
Car 111, that's Craig Jones, will get a drive-through penalty as administered by the chief race steward here, Michael Korolev. So Craig Jones is going to have to come down in and take an extra stop. Oh, and he's clipped the inside retaining wall, trying to get onto the lane. We talked about how tough that would be. Side of Shiolak and Pearson going at it here as they're heading in towards turn number 1. So that's going to be interesting. Also, you've got this here with Warwick and Smart going on right now. Some good scrapping up the hill, but not close enough.
That was a good move by Christian Smart, actually. One of the places you can definitely throw it up the inside at turn 4 around this 12-turn circuit, and it looks like he's managed to clear him.
He has, and that was a good move then by Christian Smart up into 5th place, and now the Gone Rogue Motorsports machine will try and chase down the leading 4 at the moment as we get a motor simulation replay of this. You can see wide through turn 2 was Colin Warwick, and all of a sudden then, what's he got to do into turn number 3? Just a little bit wide again, missing the apex, a little bit worried, and there you can see down the inside. Christian Smart does not need a second invitation to the party, and even if it was the Mad Hatter's party, he would show that he would be the maddest man of all.
Yes, indeed, but, you know, taking very good chances there. It's going on here between Misdale and Blackburn. The Mustang protects the inside in turn 3, and the exit of turn 3, so incredibly bumpy. Very difficult to put the power down in second gear. Remember, these cars have a locked differential. There's the same amount of power going through both rear wheels all the time. And at a track like this, where you've got to run a short gear ratio, you really have trouble putting the power down. Here's a replay replay of what happened to Ruben Goodall.
Yes, and this is going to be crucial as Rahali has a drive-through penalty. So this is the Pursuit Sim Racing car making that progress into turn 1, and then that turns to 2. Here's a little look down to the inside, and there's a bit of contact, and there's a bit of round you go, and that is awkward there for Goodall as he has to wait for the entire field to go through. As Benjamin says, oh no, one of the Ants cars ran in. That's Henry King who's run into the back of him. So there is a case of Henry King just getting it all wrong at turn 2, and he's run straight into the side there of Ruben Goodall.
Yeah, bad to worse for Goodall, unfortunately. He's going to have a huge dent in the side of that machine, but the battle is still going on here between the 947 and the DPR Mustang just up ahead. And man, this is an incredible place to watch battling. There's so many lines possible through a lot of these corners, and mechanical grip is definitely where it's at. Have a look at this onboard shot. You'll be able to see what it's like tackling this second section of the circuit, up over the hill, through the dip, then you crest another hill, dipping into braking for turn 9, clip the curb, and then you come to the dog leg, which is just about one of the most important turns on the circuit. Incredibly fast, right-left flick, but it doesn't look like Tyler Blackburn's gotten a good enough run to put a move into the last turn. Oh, have a look at that,
Getting
though.
turn 1, though, maybe.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. He's not quite far up enough ahead. He's going to have to slot in behind into turn 1, but who knows? Maybe he'll be able to have a dive coming into turn 2. No, he backs out of it.
That was a good effort, but ultimately it's just that. But he picks up the nose then at turn 2, trying to open up an opportunity into 3. He's going to try and think about going back to the inside. Thinks better of it there. There goes the rears, but able to hold it together. And now look at this. Cummings and Keane, and here comes Nick Cummings looking for the inside. He's not going to find a way through just yet. You have to really set it up, and a wiggle there, trying to deal with going up the hill. Not quite happening. Other battles going on behind right now, and something I've just kept an eye out on here is Shiolak going a little bit sideways, but he gets the move done on Vince Skillbeck there to move up another place. So that's a good move then to get on moving forward. Front 4, haven't talked about them much at the moment, but they have stayed line astern the entirety of this race at the moment. Ian Bird leading this one at the moment, but look at Kenneth Latter right now, wanting to make it Mark 112 at this point in time. Strategy is going to be crucial around this place. They go on the brakes into turn number 1. A little bit of a lock-up there for Ian Bird at the front, but you've got Justin Wallace there second, Kenneth Latter third, but do not count out Scotty Boy Gamble there in 4th position, has been on the cusp of getting a win in Super Split 2, would put him into the main event, and Scott Gamble just needs to stay calm and hope that these drives in front, they hold each other up. He could be someone who makes that pit stop first.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that Wallace and Latter will get in each other's faces a bit before the pit stop comes around. It's currently lap 9, which means you can pit from now on and get home. Question is pitting early the right decision? If you're involved in a battle like this, you want to be the first to pit.
You absolutely do. You know that you need to be in position around this place, as position's so key. Clint Shane Smith and Harold Stadler going at it at the moment. So you got that CS hosted design car against the TechSense Fitstein Motorsports machine, which does look a little bit worse for wear. Does Harold Stadler's car at the moment. Just look at the front left on that machine, Reese. It looks like someone's eaten a chunk out of it.
Yeah, and I think we might be eating a chunk out of a potential safety car here, because that's Benjamin Smith stopped on the start-finish straight in that Eclipse Sim Sports Mustang. They'll have to be very careful about that. Race Control will be looking at that. He would have already requested a tow from Race Control so he can get back into the pits from where he is, but we'll have to wait and see about that.
No safety car called then for that incident, so Benjamin Smith just pulling it over to the side of the road. I thought that could have had a bit of jurisdiction there for safety cars, but ultimately they decided it's clear. You can go, you can continue. There's no reason to stop. He was just enough out of the way, but crucially though, of course, safety cars are manually called in this series, and of course they run behind Nick Parker in the Porsche safety car as they move up through the field, so that's going to be crucial to see how that's going to go. It's all about packs at the moment. You've got a pack of 4 with Mike Skurlock here in 13th place. He's holding back. You've got a 6-car train in front of him, which is 2 becomes 7, 8, 9, 10 at the moment, because they are hitting drivers who have already pitted and have gone a lap down, like the two ANS cars, King and Christensen, at the moment, who are being just approached onto at this moment in time. And for someone like Dan Misdale, who's got Tyler Blackburn behind him, this is not what you want to be seeing. Drivers now running themselves in the middle of certain packs here and there. It is starting to spread the field. Almost a second now Ian Bird has at the front.
Yeah, it's a good run from Ian Bird at the moment, but for these guys on screen at the moment, Misdale will probably be experiencing a bit of difficulty in the coming seconds because he's got Ben Christensen there up ahead in the green and white Mustang. And of course, Christensen, one of the drivers who had big issues early on, he's already a lap down on the leaders. So these guys are going to have to time it very well if they want to get by him. And Misdale a little bit slower through the last turn. None of them blink for the pits just yet.
No, none just yet, so they feel like they've got more laps capable in them at this point in time. Maybe not a bad thing to really talk about at this point in time is that we've only had three retirements from this race. Benjamin Smith, Craig Ansbach and Josh Morris, the retirees at the moment. So when there's still 35 drivers out on track, something that is very crucial around a very, very small track like this one here, Reese, is going to be track position when you come out of the pit. You need someone there alongside with you to say, well, you can come out and you can get maybe 3 seconds of clean air. 3 seconds around here compared to Le Mans, for example, is an eternity.
Yeah, absolutely is, because, you know, you have that level of space around a track as twisty as this. There's a lot of difference in how a lot of drivers tackle this place, and that pit exit coming into turn 1, you want to come out with a gap. Am I seeing a Mark 1 car in the pits?
You very much are, but it is Craig Jones who is coming in a lap down from 31st position. The 111 has already been in once, is going to go in again, so now he's going to make his actual stop then for this one. Keep an eye out, though, on Christian Smart all of a sudden, because he is in the wheelhouse to get onto the back of Scott Gamble. He is a second 0.1 behind, and that is closing down with every corner. Do not count this out for Christian Smart being involved in this race. Remember, the winner of this race here in Super Split 2, they get that magical golden ticket that takes them to the main event, and more races here tonight with the main field that qualified inside the top 40.
Exactly, that is the main thing of Split 2. The winner gets through into Split 1. All of these drivers are going to be wanting that. But this top 3 battle continues to run at a stalemate. Bird has been able to extend the gap somewhat. You can really see it down the start-finish straight, but Justin Wallace still facing immense pressure here from Kenneth Latta.
Yep, and that's the key here, is that Mark 1 are positions 1 and 3, and it's almost a case of trying to play Schrodinger's overtake properly here, Reese. When you've got a car in front of you and a car behind you, must attack and defend at the same time. Here comes Kenneth Latta with the look, but it was just that.
Yeah, only just a look, but he's managed to ruffle Wallace's feathers a little bit. He's slightly offline. This could be a potential move coming up towards the end of the circuit. Meanwhile, we've got a couple more people on the road. Tyler Blackburn has brought it in from just outside the top 10. Liam Wilde is in the pits as well, taking service.
Yep, they both are going to look to try and get their service done. You've also got this battle, Jamie McKnight versus Clint Shane Smith, going up the hill over turn 5 and now over towards these fantastic sweeping corners. Now all about, can you pick up a line here for the inside left? It's not often that you do, but you can if you're brave. Not close enough yet to Clint Shane Smith. Normally you line it up for turn 1, turn 2, so through the dogleg and over towards the final corner. Maybe Clint's got an opportunity here to try and make this strategy call work.
Yeah, potential here, but we'll see what McKnight does. Doesn't go into the pits this time around, but once again, have to wait and see. But you can see that that Clint is really putting the pressure on McKnight at the moment. Look at how much he draws up in the braking zone for turn 2, and McKnight running a little bit deep in turn 2 as well. So once again, Smith is smelling blood, but he's not going to throw a move without there being a real chance of it working out.
That is very, very true. Look at Scott Gamble, though, at the moment. He is now got a mirror full of Christian Smart right now here in the battle for 4th and 5th position. on the road. They're only a couple of seconds off the race lead, and crucially, Mitchell Sholak is just behind them, who is a lap down. So that's going to be a little bit of something. In comes Justin Wallace. This is crucial. Scott Gamble's going to follow him in here at the end of lap 14, start of lap 15. Sorry, end of 15, start of 16 even. And now this is key. First takers onto the lane, and I thought that was a very tentative pit entry from Justin Wallace.
Yeah, it looked like he took it a bit easy there, but, you know, you don't want to smack yourself into the wall. It is a very narrow pit entry. Joining them in the pits, Colin Warwick and Daniel Misdale, who we saw battling briefly just inside the top 10. All of these guys now at a standstill. First one out, of course, is going to be Wallace, but have a look at the ERT machine. Looked like a bit of a shorter stop.
Yeah, it didn't look a million miles away there. Did Scott Gamble! Sideways, they're both sideways coming out to the pit. They both spun it. They both save it. It was almost a case of synchronized spinning, and there is the cold tires.
Yeah, Daniel Misdale spun as well, just coming out of the pits. So these tires...
They're both around again!
Oh my goodness, what is going on? We're going to get a modem simulation replay of what happened here. Out comes Justin Wallace in position 20.
Oh my.
Gets on the brakes, and it looks like he just caught the outside rear. Let's have a look at what happened.
And Dispatch has run into him as well, so we're getting a look at exactly what's happened there. You can see Nick Cummings having his moment. Huge sideways action there for the United Esports car. But look at this down at turn 3 then. There goes Justin Wallace, and over the curb, there goes Scott Gamble.
Goodness me, and they did it twice in as many corners, so it's a bit of an embarrassing error for these guys to make. The tyres aren't as bad when they're cold as they used to be, but you still got to take care. And meanwhile, our race leader has come in.
And come out, so Ian Bird will get the call then from Mark Samuel and co. Go very easy on the tyres for a lap. You've got to get them up to temperature. Smart behind him has also made his stop, which means that Kenneth Latter at this moment in time, he's still down on the lane. Has he been caught speeding or something, or has he just come down in right now? I think it's the latter. He's just come down in, but there... Oh no, he's been there forever and a year.
Oh no, that's trouble, big trouble for Kenneth Latter. So Mach 1 were briefly promoted to that 1-2 position they were wanting, but it's not worked out well for the second of them. So Adam Blocker brings it in, Darren Lobb just ahead, and Harold Stadler bringing the Fitstyle Motorsport Commodore in. Let's have a look at what's happening from Tyler Blackburn's perspective. He is currently behind Colin Warwick and Reese Keane. These two guys having a rollicking battle at the moment.
They certainly are. Of course, Colin Warwick has lost time to Tyler Blackburn. So Blackburn desperately trying to put himself in that place to get those moves done as they look to try and jump a whole host of people here in the pits. Blocker's going to come out here right behind Darren Lobb at this point in time, but you can see all of that battle has already gone through at this moment in time as they go through. Scott Gamble, for all his spins, is behind Adam Blocker now, out on track as he has gone on through. So crucially, Bird's got the net race lead right now. Christian Smart's there in second, but not a million miles away at this point in time. A few drivers need to come in and make a stop, but we've got a motion simulation replay here of what has happened moving forward, and this is Harold Stadler coming in for his stop and coming out of the pits.
All right, let's have a look at how this turned out. Typical turn 1, and that right there is the issue that you face when you come out of the pits. Harold Stadler making contact with the car ahead and getting smacked again for good measure.
Well, welcome back to the lap. Fastest lap for Ian Bird here on lap 18, and Kenneth Latter has gone around again, and this will now put him a lap down to Clint Shane Smith. So Clint Shane Smith, who has the lead of this race overall, yet to make a stop. Same for Cam Dance at the moment in second, as Tyler Bowen has come down in, I do believe, and made his pit stop. So he's just coming out right now, and he will filter out behind Justin Wallace, who's had all his spins today. So Tyler Bowen back out on track. So crucially, only 2 or 3 even at the front need to come in and make their stops at this point in time.
Yeah, that's Clint Smith, Cam Dance, and Vincent Skilbeck. They're running 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Ian Bird's come out in 4th place overall, and he is now chasing down Vincent Skilbeck at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be a key little fight here at the moment because Skillbeck is going to need to come down in, and he actually does so and departs right now. Exit stage right. Why don't you? As Ian Bird, and there's also Cam Dance in on the lane as well. Andrew Mogridge has also come down in. He's had a very long stop though, so that's not going to be ideal. So Bird now into second position, but look at how close Christian Smart is, and on that last lap took 2/10 out of him. Gap's down to 2.1 seconds now. Christian Smart has 13 laps to chase down who he needs to.
Yeah, well, you could see that Christian Smart was having his issues getting through other cars early on before the pit stop. Now that what's the uh-oh?
There's a spinner. It's Andrew Mogridge who's just come out of the pits down at turn 3. He's in the infield grass, and he's got to be so careful with this rejoin.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to come out at right angles to the racing line in the middle of turn 3. Best thing to do in that situation would be just flick spin it, but he's going to wait for a proper gap. He doesn't want to get in trouble.
And there he goes. He's got away, and he'll be with Todd Park. So Andrew Mogridge with the weight of eternity, and you could spend an eternity in the River Styx, some would say, and you'd still be there longer than that. In comes Clint Shane Smith then to release the race leader Ian Bird back into control of this one overall as he gets himself off of the jacks and now on to pit lane. It's only 49 Ks on pit lane. It's a very slow pit lane around this place, but past the green cone, back onto the power, and who's he going to filter in with? Well, there's Jamie McKnight, who he was fighting with. The pit stop to stay long has not worked, but he will have that that overcut even that might just be beneficial in the final stages.
Yeah, you want the tyres to be in their operating range, the optimal one right at the end, and Smith is in the best position in that battle pack to have it work out. Meanwhile, the guys up ahead, well, the likes of Tyler Blackburn and Colin Warwick, these guys battling for 5th and 6th. Right behind them, they got Darren Lobb in the DPR Racing Mustang, and Lobb has had one heck of a race so far, very eventful. If he can get a top 5 out of this, it'll probably be a job well done.
It certainly would do for Darren Lobb, who is really giving it a good lob at this point in time as he's pushing through the final corner now and making progress. In terms of your biggest movers and shakers, Jamie McKnight is up 15, up 18 places is Tyler Bowen, but the biggest mover is Cam Dance. He's up 19 places from 33rd on the grid, and he is having a fantastic time of things right now.
You know, and it's business as usual for Cameron Dance, really. In most broadcasts we see him in, he starts near the back and advances through. He's always been strong in the session, the race session, and that is interesting there. Tyler Blackburn with a move being put on him here. The 199 of Darren Lobb, bit of a slide, some side-by-side contact, putting Lobb off a little in terms of momentum. But this is giving the advantage to Colin Warwick, who holds on to 4th just up ahead.
That was almost like a roller derby shove going through that section. So for Darren Lobb, he very nearly got that one done. Blackburn was almost caught on the outside by Colin Warwick trying to get the move done at turn 3. And that is a case of attack turns to defense, but ultimately doesn't work. The more they hold each other up, there's an Adam Blocker there. There's a Scott Gamble. There's a Jamie McKnight. They're all sitting there. They're all waiting for mistakes right now at this point in time. And mistakes, well, they could happen so very, very quickly around this place as Justin Wallace right now is seeing in his own scrap in 15.
Yeah, this is a replay of something that happened to him earlier. Just catching the grass on the outside, coming into turn 9, throwing right off, and thankfully no other cars were caught up in that. But, oh, hang on a minute, just as I say that. Yep, alrighty, as you do. But fortunately, it seems like no one got too unhappy out of that.
No, I don't think there were any real misdemeanors from that. Dan Misdale getting past the day so far with a pass on the grass, so to speak. There's Wallace and Wild and Stovall and Stadler and Bruce Kiley and Rob Bowden are all there in that little mini pack. But keep an eye out, though, on the front of that field once again. Gap was 1.7, it's now 1.5 at the moment. It's just being chopped off. 2.5 tenths. That was 3 tenths that last time by. Ian Bird is being caught, but he's not going to be caught if you're going to run wide like Christian Smart did through turn 2. He just ran slightly deep there.
Yeah, only a little, but the turn of form that Christian Smart has gone under in this second stint of the race is pretty good. He's able to draw up to the back of Ian Bird ever so slightly lap to lap, but once again, they are running out of time. They're going to have 8 laps to go when they cross the line next.
Well, crucially, it's got to be at a rate of 2/10 a lap, and he is doing that at this point in time. 4th, 5th, 6th, still on at the moment between Warwick, Blackburn and Darren Lobb. Worth noting as well, Reece Keeney's up 8 places onto a podium, and you can see this from Darren Lobb. He's going to go for it here at turn 6. You don't see it too often around this bit, but now he's going to try and open up the inside here for the next left. No chance of that happening.
Yeah, Blackburn running wide at the turn coming over the bridge. That gave Lobb a bit of a chance, but those flowing turns, difficult to run side by side, and very well recovered from Tyler Blackburn, positioning his car just right. Lobb gives him a little bit of a kiss on the bumper coming through the final turn, but you can tell that the chance is definitely there. Once again, Lobb is a shark, and Tyler Blackburn is a bleeding fish.
Well, it's all about now how much do you survive on the brakes into the left of 2 once again, and there's the pack behind. Blocker, Gamble, McKnight and Clint Shane Smith on the back of it, and then got Skurlock and Bowen and Dance all trying to have their own little scraps at the moment. Up and down this field, there has been some magnificent racing here today, and it is going to be closer, and there is more after this, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this is Super Split 2. Your main event comes up in probably the most open of all Scops series we have had so far. So that's going to be something really interesting to keep in mind at the moment as they all make their progress through this field. They'll go to start lap 26 of 32 with 7 laps to go. Anything is very much possible. Smart with a 10 flat, a 5 flat even, taking 3/10 out of Ian Bird on that lap gap back to 1.4.
Yeah, he's gradually chipping away at that gap, but I get the feeling that it might not work out for him. You know, catching up to someone at Oren Park is one thing, passing is another one entirely, and we've already seen in this race just how difficult it is to put a move on someone around here.
Well, we've seen how difficult it is, but if Christian Smart can do it, he will be absolutely ecstatic there as Wallace will make his way past Dan Misdale. Has he got a slow down penalty? It looks very much like the case. He's stuck at 100 Ks at the moment.
No, his engine's gone.
Oh no, that could be a safety car.
Yeah, well, he's able to keep it running. If he can get it back to the pits under a reduced pace, then we will likely not have a safety car. Here's a modem simulation replay. We'll see what happened to him. And I think this is just a case of being a bit too keen with the throttle blipping under brakes into turn 2. He comes through into turn 1, braking when the pit lane ends, when the pit wall ends, and bam. There we go. And that's absolutely heartbreaking. Misdale's off the track now. He's slid off and he's in the wall.
He's in the wall, but is this going to be a safety car for that incident? No, it doesn't look like it. So it's called deemed okay. Misdale can go. He is in a safe enough position. So Dan Misdale does not cause a safety car around this place. And that's the second time maybe a safety car could have been called for an incident there. There would have been a lot of oil that would have been dropped after blowing the engine up in that sort of way. But it now means that there are just a handful of laps left then in terms of this race. Look at it, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, 9th, 10th. 4th to 10th split by just 2 seconds on the road. In fact, no, that's a lie, 3 seconds on the road. That's how close this field has been scrapping, and this is what you can expect then from racing going on in just a little bit. The gap at the front, 1.1 seconds now. It is between Bird and Smart. He'll get the fringes of draft in a second, will Christian Smart?
Yeah, he certainly will, but I don't know how much it's going to help him with a straight as short as the one that Oren Park has. Once again, it's all going to come down to mechanical grip as he continues to chase down Ian Bird up the front. Gap briefly extending out to 1.2, but it looks like Smart is very strong in that second half of the circuit where all the flowing turns over the hills are.
Yeah, and it's over the hills and far away might be the place where Christian Smart will try and get his victory and his place into the dance, so to speak. But look at this though, look at Colin Warwick. He's having to really defend for all of his salt that he is worth at this moment in time. Big wiggle from Cam Dance behind, though, in 13th place, as he is now up 20 overall right now, as he tries to desperately get by Tyler Bowen. He's not finding a way through, but now it's a case of one mistake is many, many positions on that train. Jarno truly would be proud of Colin Warwick.
Absolutely he would, and you briefly get a view of the kind of wheel work that Cameron Dance is doing. And Colin Warwick has been fantastic holding station at the front of this train. You talked earlier, Sperry, about the likes of Adam Blocker and Scott Gamble drafting up to these guys. Well, Adam Blocker at least has managed to get right onto the back of these guys, and Warwick just holding station at the front of this one, and you see how close the gaps are there. You briefly saw McKnight and Smith as well still involved in their fight that's been going on for the majority of this race.
Well, one thing about Adam Blocker that I know about him is that whenever someone makes a pun of his name, Blocker, he clips it on YouTube, and what he does is he then puts it on his iRacing profile, so you can see all the time someone's made a remark about his name being Blocker in a sim race. But we won't make anything about that at the moment. He is not the Blocker. He is, at the moment, needing to not be that. He needs to be chasing here, 4th in the train of 8 at this point in time, and needing to get close to Darren Lobb. Knows there's a quick Scotty boy gamble behind, but look at Darren Lobb all over the outside trying to find a way through. Struggles a little bit on exit there, but not quite enough. Gap, 2nd and 9 thousandths here for Christian Smart at the front.
Yeah, and meanwhile for the likes of Justin Wallace, who started in 2nd place, things are just continuing to go from bad to worse. Got a bit of a slide on and got onto the grass, so
Again?
That's yet another unfortunate incident for Wallace. He's now outside the top 20 as Scott Gamble, we're hearing a bit of trouble for him. He is at a standstill under the bridge.
Oh no! Scott Gamble there around at the bridge, and it's not often you see that one. Has done it all on his own as he's put the power down. The rear has stepped out and he has nosed it into the tyres first, not the concrete bridge support. So Scott Gamble ultimately is now stuck on the tyre barrier, desperately trying to get going here. And can he find himself a way out of that? Yes, he can. That Panther fuel working nicely for him as he gets himself out and away. But crucially, there are only 2 laps to go, and the gap is 9 tenths at the front for Ian Bird.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's 7 tenths now, actually, on 5 tenths. It's just continuing to be reeled in here by Christian Smart, and is almost on the bumper, about a car length between these guys now.
Well, you can see Ian Bird. He is having to work hard. He has been managing this race from the very beginning, but suddenly Christian Smart has shown he's got all the pace after starting on the 3rd row, 6th position right now as they head themselves through 9 to 10 and 11, and there is that gap again for Ian Bird through that 2nd half of the lap, where Christian Smart now needs to find a magical place to make a move if he wants to get going. 1 lap, the nerves will be jangling here for the 787 machine. Ian Bird's Mark 1 against the Gone Rogue 36 of Christian Smart as they make their push towards turns numbers 1 and 2. There's 1. Here's the brakes for turn 2 as they head through the left. Slightly missed apex there from Ian Bird. 3 is the big place if you can get a move done. But for the time being, I don't think Smart's close enough. He's now going to have to do something unorthodox if he wants to get this move all sorted. Behind this, though, Colin Warwick just holding off Tyler Blackburn. 4th, 5th, 6th, and then you got 7th, 8th, 9th and co. All in their scraps at the moment as they go on. Up the bridge go Smart and Bird. They're not going to be close enough to catch Pearson and Ansplatch, who are both lap traffic, so there's going to be no help for a pick pass there as they go through. Behind, though, you can see how close it is side by side, as that's Darren Lobb, who's got through on Tyler Blackburn, and there's Blocker under pressure from Jamie McKnight, who's got himself through up the hill. But Ian Bird has the final corner to go to survive this one. No mistakes. It was a try there from Christian Smart, but he just ran out of laps. Ian Bird goes to the main event with victory in Super Split 2, with Christian Smart there in 2nd position, and crucially it will be Reese Keane who will come home for 3rd place. The scrap's still happening in this pack, heading to the final corner. Any mistakes will be punished, but ultimately no mistakes, no punishment.
Darren Lobb lifting off.
Lobb's out of
here.
fuel!
Looks like he might be, and that has given Tyler Blackburn that top 5 finish. Jamie McKnight only just escaping with his life from that battle with Clint Smith on the final lap. That was absolutely hectic.
That was, and if you can just get this, 5th down to 9th place was split by 7/10 of a second. We're going to get a motor simulation replay here of the last lap. So this is what's happened. So Colin Warwick's under pressure here from Tyler Blackburn. Blackburn's looking every which way to make a move, and ultimately, just picks up a nose there. Darren Lobb trying to push away down the inside, wasn't going to get the move done like that. It was 3 wide for a bit. Blocker had to get out of it there to move through. Then Lobb got the position, so there will be stewards looking at that to say, was that a fair pass? Then you can see McKnight made his way through on Adam Blocker, who was caught on the outside moving forward, but crucially, Darren Lobb ran out of fuel over the line.
Actually, I think he might have been redressing that move there versus Tyler Blackburn. That might be what he was doing to escape the ire of race control, because he would have been aware that he got by as a result of contact. So yeah, here we go, out of the final corner, he just lifts off the throttle and lets Blackburn go.
Yep, some clever driving, and there was Jamie McKnight trying to steal one in the United Esports car. Couldn't quite get there in the end, but that is everybody over the line, and results are as follows. Ian Bird, in 35 minutes and 29 seconds, wins by half a second in the end over a hard-charging Christian Smart, with Reese Keane 11th up to 3rd. He picks up a well-deserved podium. 4th place would be Colin Warwick, with Tyler Blackburn getting the redress come the end in 5th place from Darren Lobb after last lap shenanigans, with 7th going to Jamie McKnight. 8th would be Adam Blocker. 9th would be Clint Shane Smith, and 10th would be Michael Skurlock. 5th to 10th split by 1.1 seconds.
Crazy gaps there. It was plus 20 from his starting position for Tyler Bowen in 11th, but Cameron Dance, the biggest mover and shaker in the field, 21 positions gained. He finishes in 12th. Liam Wilde comes home in 13th position, with Jamie Stovald and Harrod Stadler making it the top 15. Bruce Kiley comes home in 16th. Rob Bowden finishing 3 positions down from where he started, and he is followed by Justin Wallace, who is probably thinking what might have been. Remember, he did start in 2nd position and was in contention for the race win. Guy Leach and Mitchell Sealack rounding out the top 20, with positions gained for both of them.
21st would go to Todd Parks in the 040, with Henry King dropping 3 places come the end to 22nd. Ruben Goodall not having a good day. Same could be said for Ben Christensen, who started exactly where he finished, in 24th position in Ann's Motorsports colours. Vincent Skilbeck gets 25th, with Kenneth Latter 26th after spins and everything going wrong. Same for Joel Kenton. Same for Scott Gamble, who got caught on the tyres, with Neil Pearson 29th, the last finisher, on the leading lap. And 30th, come the end, would go to Jeff Rahali.
Yeah, 1 lap down, as with Andrew Mogridge, who comes home classified, and the likes of Craig Jones and Daniel Misdale, well, they'll be looking for some consolation after what was an awful night for them. Craig Anspatch as well. Nick Cummings, one of the guys that we were looking to finish in the top 5. Unfortunately, he retired 13 laps from the end, and Benjamin Smith, unfortunately, only making it a few laps in the end. Josh Morris not taking the start.
And that is the case then for all who did race. But Super Split 2 over and done with. We are not done here on the iRacing Esports Network, because your main event will be coming up, and there will be a lot to talk about format. There'll be a lot to talk about the way that the race is going to be done. There'll be a lot to talk about the way this championship is gearing up. Stay with us here on the iRacing Esports Network, because there is more coming to you after this.
We actually have a three-way battle for a position in GTP right now. This is for 12th. They go full wide as they go into the chicane.
Cool is still battling side by side as we go to replay, but that's going to wind up. Let's watch this with Alice to the outside, looking at 4 wide, and Johnny Bell comes out the best of the 4.
The racing standards in this race have been absolutely phenomenal.
Stacks them up. Rafferty with a better launch though. He sends it hard on the bottom. Will he do the same block move as Jan? Yes, he does. Jan forced to check up. Here comes Jackson on the bottom side. Who will come over the checkered? Jackson slides up. Contact with Jan. Jan hits Rafferty. They sandwich together. 4 wide to the checkered flag. Bobby Rafferty wins it at Eldora.
Oh my goodness. An incredible finish by Bobby Rafferty, just hang on to it. Replay coming up here of that.
It's gonna get it at the line. White flag is out. Battle up for the lead though. Here comes Butler. Throws it up the inside and up the inside. Jason Webb looking 3 wide for the lead almost.
Almost 3 wide for the lead. Down out of corner number 4. It's gonna be contacts up there. These 2 drivers gonna battle it out. 3 wide at the line. They make contact. Jason Webb is gonna get the win up and over Crawford into 3rd one. Oh my race fans! You just witnessed the best racing you're to see on iRacing all year.
coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson.
Unbelievable finish.
It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air. We are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race.
Side by side for the race lead in the final corner at Homestead. Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Loma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
It'll be side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett low. 4 wide at the stripe.
For all his work here on this outside line, neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out?
Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron, drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's going with the outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him.
Oh my God! Big crash! Oh my goodness! Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive!
This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2020 season, and presenting you the 2 Ezy Finance Oren Park 250. This is going to be a tough challenge here today, as these drivers know and understand what they need to do. This is going to be a very intense, cannot let your concentration drop track. If you're doing it 96 times in a row, you know that every single lap here today is going to have to be maximized. What's going to be crucial as well is that our format here for qualifying, which will be in about 15 minutes time, is a little bit different. The first 20 minutes will be those in pre-qualification who were positions 21 to 40 overall. They'll be setting their times. There'll be a 5-minute break, and then those in the top 20 in pre-qualification will get their chance to go out there and set some big lap times. It's Shakespeare in the commentary box, joined with Reese Gardner, the Southpaw racer, and Reese, Super Split 2 really put on a show. There was some clean racing in there. There were a couple of incidents here and there, but we're going pretty much 3 times that distance that they were doing in Super Split 2. This is going to be a very hard-fought race here today, especially for the fact that it's going to take, at bare minimum, an hour and 45 minutes to complete.
Yeah, Oren Park, an incredibly tight and twisty circuit. You don't get much of a chance to rest around this track. You're braking and turning almost the whole way around, and as you said, doing that 96 times in a row, plus 2 compulsory pit stops. It's going to be interesting.
Absolutely it is, and what is going to be very interesting is who is going to set themselves up apart from the rest of this field. But what we have seen over the first few rounds of the championship is that nothing has been predictable at all about the way that the racing has gone. If we can just get the standing for you up on your screen after we look at this fantastic track, you can see 12 turns, 2.6 kilometers, and a figure 8 layout. Those championship standings are so interesting right now. James Scott at the top of the timing, or at the top of the championship, 1,183 points after a very bad round for his standards. You got Harley Haber there in second, 59 points adrift. Ethan Griggolt there in third. But you look down the order, and this has been a really shaken up championship. Drivers you wouldn't expect inside the top 10 are there. Mr. Consistency, Ross Rizzo there in 6th, Jake Blackhall there in 8th position. You've got Tom Freer 9th, Thomas Hinds in 10th. This is a very, very tight championship at the moment, with consistency seemingly like it's throwing itself as key at this moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite close for third place. Ethan Griggault, Michael Taliancic and Brenton Hobson only separated by 15 points between them. And Michael Taliancic should remind you all, he was almost not going to race in Split 1. In pre-qualifying, he was set to go for a race in Split 2 this evening. But thanks to a few drivers having last-minute withdrawals before the race, he gets into Split 1 and he'll have a much better chance of continuing to fight for that top 5 position in the championship.
And that's going to be crucial, is that top 5 fight for the championship has proven time and time again to be very entertaining to watch. And of course, there are drivers who are not in the top 10 who maybe will be a little bit surprising compared to their pace. Forzan Elnabi, Madison Down, those two names not there inside the top 10 at the moment. Andrew Gilliam is another one. You got the likes of Sam Sutton, who's proven to be incredibly quick as well, who is not knocking on that door at this point in time. It is worth noting that there are no drop weeks yet applied in terms of that championship standings that we have seen, Reese. Of course, they are allowed 3 in this series overall over the 14, 15 rounds that they have. Of course, that road to Elkhart Lake has already got itself well and truly on the road and going at this point so far. But you know that if you've used them already, there's no point in really having a look and saying, well, I'm going to throw my race completely out of kilter. You've got to make sure that you are getting points in consistently so that your drops are minimized.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, for the drivers that have had that bad start to the season, the likes of Madison Down, who was part of a multitude of drivers who weren't even here at round 1, they've already gotten off their season on the back foot, and it's going to be a season-long battle, a year-long battle for those guys to get back into the top 10 and start challenging for the title. James Scott, meanwhile, he hasn't won a race since round 1, and his form has dropped off slightly, so he is going to have to start putting on some extra drives as well.
Well, he's currently 9th at the moment here in this practice session. We are about 8 3/4 minutes away from the first little section of qualifying that we are seeing right now. Andrew Gilliam has just gone to the top of the timing stands on a 104.585. Worth noting that this track temperature here, Reese, oh my, it is blistering here in the Relland, because we got it at 48 degrees.
Goodness me, yeah, that is quite the high track temp. And of course, that could benefit you when you're coming out of the pits. Remember, we talked earlier about the changes to the cars, the changes to the way the tires work on these things. Cold tires aren't as much of a problem as they once were in terms of grip. So you get out there on that 48-degree track, they're going to get up to temp very quickly, but then you have to consider getting on the throttle nice and smoothly, making sure that you don't lock the brakes, because anything like that's going to start the tires off to overheating. Again, it's not as much of an overheating problem as there was before the build change, but you still have to take a lot of care.
You absolutely do, and that care is, of course, very much needed. We got drivers up and down this field who want to go out there and have a really strong showing of things here today, as the likes of, say, Ian Bird, who's Super Split 2 winner, has done incredibly well. We do, of course, have our Zoom technology at this point in time, showing everyone, or anyone who did want to be in position for that. In terms of who we've got for this race, well, we can look right now at someone on track. Thomas Hinds at the moment is going to be our Zoom driver for today. As you can see him there, face of concentration right now as he makes his way up through the right and left of the dogleg and into the final corner. You can see right now just how hard Thomas Hinds concentrates as he makes his way onto the front stretch. You can see really just how much a driver has to be at full focus.
Yeah, you can see the look in Enzy's eyes there as he comes into turn one, tenses up a little coming down into the second corner as well. That is the face of concentration right there. Brow furrowed as well in concentration. He's going to have to put some relaxing ointment on his face after this, I think, and having to take a little bit of avoiding action there versus the Altus Esports Commodore, but that's one of the things you have to be prepared for here at Oren Park. The turn exits, particularly at turn 3, incredibly bumpy. And Madison Down as well, currently sitting in 6th place in this practice session. Interested to see what he can do from here.
Exactly, Madison Down knows all too well how to get the best out of vehicles like these, but he has been really working hard over the official series and getting back into that, fighting hard, the likes of Richard Hampstead and co, so he'll be someone to keep in mind. Very quickly, I wonder if Zoom can show something else of someone who is there available to go through, only for a couple of seconds, because we have seen quite a few things that have gone on, and I wonder if this will be obliged with in terms of the way that this will be done. And the answer is yes, it will.
Oh, hello. God.
This so, oh God, get it off the screen quickly.
I feel sick now.
So, yeah, that just shows you Zoom can work for a whole host of things going through. James Scott, though, proves he's got pace today, though. He is in 2nd position overall. But before we take you over towards qualifying, we're going to take you through that fact file once again. If you've only just joined us, this is what Oren Park means.
The Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS comes to a lost classic for round 4 of the 2020 season, the legendary Oren Park Raceway. The location of this track near Narellan in New South Wales is now a built-up suburb in the real world, but thanks to laser scanning technology, iRacing captured the circuit as it was before its demolition, and it now lives on forever on the hard drives of sim racers around the world. This track was regarded as a great challenge, and for good reason. It's tight. A figure-of-8 layout packs hairpins, flowing S-bends, and bumpy sweepers into a lap that takes just over a minute to complete. The start-finish straight is your only opportunity to rest, but even then, you're changing rapid fire through the gears. This track forces you to use the shortest drop gear ratios available. Turns 1 and 2 require drivers to brake and turn at the same time, and the exit opens up just a little, making throttle application difficult to judge. This section, up to the rough exit of turn 3, is where many passes this weekend will be made. The apex curbs in this section are harsh gutters of concrete, just waiting to unsettle your car if you get too greedy. Precision is key. Where the first sector is kind of stop-start in nature, the rest of the track sees every corner flow right into the next. The fast right coming over the bridge, into the S of 6 and 7, then the third gear left of turn 8, highlight the need for a compliant front end. Understeer is your worst enemy at Oren Park. Eliminate as much of it as you can, soften the springs to ride the bumps, and manage weight transfer effectively. The tyres are going to take a beating no matter what you do, so damage limitation is the order of the day. The most iconic corner at Oren Park is also the most critical, the dog leg, a 5th gear right-left flick that goes over the crest of a hill. Balance the throttle and take as much of the second curb as you can, but don't get too brave. If you overshoot your line and get into the grass, you compromise braking for the final turn, which rushes up to you like a sheer cliff of tarmac. Getting in and out of the pits could cause some drama. Pit entry sees drivers braking on the natural racing line, down to 50 kilometers an hour. The entry itself is incredibly narrow. When the pit window opens and you're on an opponent's bumper, it might be a good idea to stay to the left a bit, just in case. Caution is also required on pit exit. It's on the outside of turn 1 and it blends right onto the racing line again. Drivers tackling turns 1 and 2 at speed will already have the car loaded up under braking and moving to the right, so if a car pops out of the pits as they line it up, they won't have much time to take evasive action. This is why timing your stop so that you come out in a gap is so important. I expect at least one driver tonight to find the gravel trap because of this. It's going to be a race of attrition around here. Close quarters and one turn after another for 250k straight, which means fatigue will become a huge factor towards the end. Who will manage their energy and survive the gauntlet of this historic circuit of the past? High time to find out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a brilliant fact file, which did or did not say Sebring first at the front, which I know has very much irked one Mr. Southpaw racer. We'll make sure that will never happen again, as we're just a couple of minutes away here from qualifying, about to start. And Reese, qualifying is a very, very tough process to go through. Everyone knows that they've got to put their best lap forward. You've got 20 minutes, but because this is the first time they've had staggered qualifying, this is going to be a longer process. And for those drivers in that second group, there is a long wait, and that is going to just get those nerve levels just rising.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Waiting that long to get out on track and set those 1 or 2 absolutely perfect laps that you need to bring yourself up to the front of this grid. It is going to be hard, but the drivers also have to consider that there'll be a lot more rubber being put down on the track by the first group of cars that comes out in qualifying. And the reason we're doing this staggered qualifying is simply because Oren Park is so short and tight. If you get all 40 cars in the field out at once during qualifying, it's just going to be a non-stop traffic jam. So you need those 2 groups in order to make sure everyone gets their optimum lap time in.
And that optimum lap time is going to be so crucial to see as practice is over for these drivers. And very crucially, that second group will be or that first group even, will be cars who pre-qualified 21st over to 40th position, as they will be on track looking to make sure that their times all work for them here around the virtual Oren Park Raceway, because the real one now is just a housing estate. As they all look to go through, you can see there is still a mad scramble to get out of the pits for those who want those times to come in, and we'll see just who can really put those times on the board here in terms of the opening times right now. And this is going to be a real crucial battleground to see who is going to get exactly what they want out of this.
Corey Preston is the first car in line at the moment, bringing out the Exto Gaming 098 Commodore in the lead of all of this. Michael Cracknell follows him out of the pits, and everyone's just giving each other a bit of space at the moment. It may only be 20 or so cars coming out onto the circuit, but you still have to make sure you have a good gap to the car ahead.
Well, there's going to be 21 because, of course, you've got the Super Split 2 winner, Ian Bird, in the mix of that as well, as he'll be looking to try and push through. But Preston, first out of the pits, will be looking for a good lap. You can see he takes that big wide line trying to open it up. And, of course, the way that the tyres have changed over this last build, especially on a 48-degree track as this is going to be first lap probably may just count as he makes his way over towards turn 1, then turn 2 on the brakes. It's very, very tough left-hander. You're almost willing the car into the corner through that section. Under the bridge they go, and into turn 3, the next right. It's very quick, and it's always transforming here as they hit the north side of the circuit. Then there's turn 4, up the hill. Always going to be tough. You want to put the power down early, but you know the back can step up this section here. Small kick 5, right of 6. Then you've got 7 and 8 that will come along, and already half a lap has already come and gone without too many issues.
Yeah, looks like it for Preston, using all of those sawtooth curbs in the second part of the circuit. And here is one heck of a view that you're going to get. The run up through the dog leg. Look at how much of the second curb he takes. All 4 wheels outside of the white lines, but it's still a legal lap. And then third gear through the final turn, up the hill, and then getting the exit just right. Let's see what kind of time Preston can put down here. A 1:05.045, or 0:44 rather. He gets himself immediately dropped down to P3 because times are starting to flow in at the moment. Kurt Stenberg currently top.
Here's Jack Boyd in the Gone Rogue Motorsports car, making the push to the line, close, going through this section and needs it to work as he goes on through 1:04.9, so he is slightly behind at the moment. You've got drivers like Brady Myers here in this first pack, who will be very tough to deal with in terms of, well, can I go faster than them? And this is the issue they've got. They don't know what the quick times are going to be. They've just got to go absolutely out there and get it. It's Stenberg and Dean O'Brien split by 100th of a second. Boyd third, Carroll fourth, and Cracknell is there in 5th position at the moment in terms of the time. So that's going to be key to keep in mind at this point in time, as these first drivers putting some times in, the likes of Brett Loxton in here, Damien Johnstone will be looking to try and put some times in, as well as Andrew Dyson, who currently finds himself in 9th.
Yeah, Dyson just inside the top 10. Good to see. But Sam Blacklock coming out of the final corner now and running all the way out to the outside wall. A 105.039 for him. That puts him just outside the top 10. And I'm seeing Corey Preston immediately responding to...
Brady.
Oh, wow. Hey, yeah, hold up a minute. Brady Myers immediately to the top there in the Altus Esports number 22. Myers, I'm interested to see how he goes because he did only manage 36th in pre-qualifying overall. Brett Loxton goes to 2nd place. Danny Davison now is assuming 3rd. Have a look at how close those gaps are up the front.
They are absolutely mega close at the moment. You can see how tight it is around this place. Corey Preston is now in 5th because Adam Briggs has moved up into 4th place overall. That's a crucial lap that has gone through for Adam Briggs in the 72. So keep that in mind as he will be looking to try and push forward. That's a really, really good time there by Briggsy in the DPR car, as now drivers will have to come down in and take a manual service to get new tyres and more fuel in their vehicles to go for more qualifying laps. Of course, there is the no escape rule, which we talk about every single time in this series, always in full effect. Blacklock goes spread eagle sideways through turn 2, but that no escape rule, so vital for the way that this qualifying session is going to run.
Yeah, it basically means that you're only going to be able to get 4 or 5 runs. Oh, goodness me, that's one heck of a pit entry there from the Mach 1 machine. But you really have to pick and choose when you get out on track, especially now that everyone's coming in, getting new tyres, getting their cars fueled up again for another run. If there's drivers out on track who are currently on hot laps or just starting them, really got to be careful when you decide to come out of the pits.
Yeah, and the pits are going to be so key to the way that this race is going to be run right now. They know that it's a narrow pit entry, a tough pit exit onto the racing line. It's going to be a tough place to get things going. Michael Taliancic, big focus on this driver, very high up in the championship. Poor pre-qualifying, not necessarily a qualifier, more of a racer. 17th on a 105 flat. You sort of feel like he had first race pace and then everything else from there has just not quite formed for Michael Taliancic. 777 in 17th. 4/10 off the pole at the moment, yes, but 4/10 at this track, that is 16 places.
Yeah, incredibly close times here, and that's the thing that I love about the short, twisty tracks that we often have down here in Australia. It means that the times are incredibly close. It means that the slightest mistake can put you back 5 positions or more. What can Stenberg do from here? He hasn't been able to set a competitive time on that particular run. He remains in 8th place, but he only has to find, 2/10 to get back to pole position.
Michael Cracknell just behind in the RA2 machine is 10th position now on a 104.908. He's got 7 thousandths over Dylan Carroll at the moment, who has 3 over Scott Cislovsky there in 12th place. So that's going to be key. Other movers, Jack Boyd has gone up into 5th place on a 104.7. His last lap wasn't that spectacular. Joe Stewart now into 6th place in the number 35 Pursuit sim racing car, and I have to love his livery. It looks absolutely gorgeous at the moment as he heads up the hill for the dogleg.
He certainly does, and we take a look at the DPR machine again coming through this final turn. The number 72 of Briggs getting an alright exit, but whether or not that translates into a good lap time, we'll have to wait and see. Nope. Kurt Stenberg once again going for that second run, and he sits at 104.659 straight to the top.
By 200ths, Kurt Stenberg puts himself as the driver to beat in the Trans-Tasman racing machine. Stenny has been one of the perennial drivers. He's been here as one of the drivers who has had the most starts in this series. He knows how to really push on and get those results working for him. And Kurt Stenberg then at the top. Myers second. Dean O'Brien has moved up to third on a 104.722. Worth noting, this track is fluctuating at the moment. Remember, it's clear sky, so you're not going to see a cloud anywhere up there. But the track is 45 degrees. It was 46 when they started. So crucially, there's a little bit more in this track. And I wonder whether the 5 minutes that will be there as Dom Ferraris goes fastest, 104.643. I'm wondering whether the 5-minute cooldown period between the two staggered splits may just help those drivers in the second split as the track gets time to cure.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll have that time with no cars running on it. Of course, the sun will still be beating down, but the actual racing line will be heated up by cars pounding around those corners, laying that rubber down, continuing to heat up the surface. So that 5-minute period... Whoa, Coxhead immediately to second place. And have a look at that, only 5 thousandths. Oh, Jack Boyd all the way up to the top right then. My goodness, the times are flowing in at the moment. That cooler track is really benefiting them.
It's tumbling. It's only a degree, but a degree means so much. Jack Boyd then to the top. Ferraris in second. Coxhead third. Stenberg drops back to fourth position in the space of about a minute around this place. Those times coming in. Myers is now back to fifth. O'Brien in sixth. Loxton seventh. Zlowski eighth. Davison ninth. And then there is Briggs, who rounds out the top 10 at this point in time. And Taliancic up to 11th position at the moment. Briggsy to the top, 104.578. He's fastest at the moment, as I believe there is Joe Stewart there, jumping into 9th as well.
Yeah, and we take a look at Scott Kozlowski to see what he can do. And Scott did not have the best run on his last lap, but it's a 104.78 for him. It puts him into 10th spot there. So not quite as quick as his times beforehand, but you can tell that Adam Briggs has really got it sorted out here, and Brett Loxton will have to respond as well. Remember, he was one of the drivers who got himself up to the top in the last run. Dean O'Brien as well for One Performance Racing, currently sitting in 7th. I'll tell you what, there is only a 10th covering the top 6 at the moment, so even if you find the smallest amount of time, there's going to be big gains.
There absolutely is, and this is going to be key here in terms of these gains. This qualifying session is absolutely on it right now. First to 11th, split by less than 0.2 of a second at this point in time. Every single little micrometer matters at this point in time. You've got drivers who are maybe a little bit out of position right now. Slowest driver at the moment is Damian Johnstone on a 105.2, 7/10 off a pole position. Johnstone was someone at the back end of last season, Reese, who was starting to put the results together to move out of Super Split 2. Now he's a consistent player of the game here in the main event. He needs to find now that consistency that he had earlier on in the back end of last year to really kick on and find some results.
Yeah, and then, you know, one of the things that you have to consider when talking about drivers' form season to season is the car change. You know, Johnstone put in a lot of work in the back half of last season while we were still using the old Ford Falcon and Holden Commodore cars. So, unfortunately, it hasn't quite gone to plan for him at this round, but we know that he's a hard worker and he's capable of getting those times in.
Oh, and there's some good times that are starting to really creep up the order right now as Brady Myers, 6th. Dylan Carroll has just moved up to 7th place on a 104.679. That's a One Performance car having a great qualifying at the moment. Dylan Carroll, who had been pretty much languishing down at the bottom half of the order for the time being, has just got himself up into 7th place, and there is just 7.5 minutes left in the first part of this qualifying for them.
Yeah, Carroll, one of the drivers that's been around practically forever in Australian touring cars in the Oceanic Sim Sphere. Damian Johnstone getting into the 104s, and unfortunately it is not enough for him. He still sits in 19th position. Just goes to show how close these times are. All the way back down to that 19th position that Johnstone is in, it's less than 4/10.
It absolutely is, and the track's come down another degree as Blacklock goes sideways. He's really struggling today, is Sam Blacklock. But the track 44 degrees now here on track. Can anybody find a little bit more out of this circuit as it has cooled down a little bit more at the moment? It is worth noticing the in-sim time is just about 3:30 coming up to. So we're hitting that later cycle in terms of the heat. So this track will cool the longer it goes on. That's key for those drivers who are in that second split.
Absolutely. We talked about the track temperature just before. This is going to highlight what should be a good turn of pace for the drivers who managed to get into the top 20 in pre-qualifying. Brett Loxton abandoning that particular lap and taking it back into the pits. And he might have to do a bit of extra work as a result of that. Brady Myers, meanwhile, he's going to be struggling to find every little half-tenth of pace he needs to shoot back up the order. He had some fantastic form in the past. We've called him one of the rising stars of SCOPS, and at Altus Esports taken a 104.48. My goodness, wow. Back to the top for Brady.
That is clutch from Brady Myers on a 104.4, and just to put that into perspective, the practice times, 104.428 was the fastest time in practice. He's done a 4.82, so Brady Myers is really close to putting himself really high up here in the order with just 5.5 minutes to go in the first section of qualifying. This is going to be key. It's all about getting those times in. They are allowed to finish those times, but they start before that period, and there will be drivers who will know when they get themselves across the line and getting themselves that little bit more that's needed. At the moment, it is Myers, Briggs, Boyd, Ferraris, Coxhead, followed Stenberg, Carroll, O'Brien, Loxton, Stewart. That's how the top 10 looks at the moment. Sean Linsdale making a push over to the line, and is there improvement there? 104.882, he's 6,000 short.
Our split 2 winner Ian Bird, meanwhile, has put himself into 15th spot on a 104.838, the exact same time that Michael Cracknell has set behind him. So it just goes to show once again how close the gaps are at such a tight and twisty circuit as Oren Park. Scott Soslovsky, meanwhile, coming across the line, a 104.689. It's not going to be enough to get him up near the front, but he does advance a few positions. He now sits in 8th.
He does, and he goes ahead of Dean O'Brien, Brett Loxton and Joe Stewart, who are split by 0.02 of a second, 9th to 11th at the moment. So any improvement for those drivers would be very much needed at this point in time, as they will see how this one goes. This is going to be more of a strategy game here today, of course, because it is 96 laps. You can't win this race on the opening laps, but you certainly can lose it. Qualifying is going to be crucial for a lot of drivers, as Daniel Ackland now is going to make a push through towards the final sections of this lap, and over the line he will go for a 104.997, so no improvement there for Daniel Ackland. Now you start wondering who's got a little bit more in the tank that gets them the lap that they want. It's all about stringing one together around this place. All these corners are one small mistake costs you a 10th here, a 10th there, not the half a 10th that you normally see. You can so easily lose time around this place.
And Jack Boyd demonstrating one of the ways that you can lose a little bit of time with some oversteer coming out of the final corner. It's low revs in third gear through that last turn, but as you crown the crest and come up over the hill, the rear end goes light. So that's one of the problems that drivers face in these massive 650 horsepower, 1.5 ton Australian touring cars. They're definitely not suited to a circuit like this on paper, but down here, down under, that's just how we do it.
It is how they do it as they look to push over, see if there's anything more. And remember, even if these drivers don't think they can find more, they have to at the moment, as Sean Linsdale goes 9th on a 104.7. That was clutch from Mark 1, as Linsdale now hoping that there's even more in the offing then, if there is anything left to get out of it. So anything right now matters. And the one thing you don't want to be is stuck behind someone else as you try and get a lap.
Whoa,
yes, some draft would be nice, but look at how this is going right now as we just caught on the screen. Some really, really close stuff.
Yeah, goodness me, Pred Loxton straight into the gravel trap coming through turn 1, but that's not going to matter. He's just gotten himself the fastest lap. He is 0.03 of a second ahead of Brady Myers' best time as Dean O'Brien goes to P5 as well. We got some more pace coming from drivers all through this field, and Myers himself just setting up another run.
Well, this is going to be crucial. 2 minutes left to go then in this one. Right now, Loxton, Myers, Briggs. How it looks at the moment. You've got Kozlowski there, Cracknell trying to get some progress moving forward. Jack Boyd coming over at the moment with 2 minutes to go. Drivers are diving into the pits, getting that final tyres together to get one more run. In terms of one more run, I'm just looking at those who have just improved at the moment, and you've got the likes of Dylan Carroll now, 9th, Kozlowski in 10th. This is crucial, minute and a half left.
Yep, not long to go. A lap time around here, about 74, 75 seconds. So if you want to get out on track for your final run, you have to do it now. What about Myers? He's coming through the final section of the lap now. Chris Coxhead just exiting the final turn. This is looking like a high 104. It's a 104.781 for Coxhead. That's not going to be enough.
1 minute remains, says Mike Korolev, the chief steward who's keeping everybody in mind. Myers sets up for the banzai. They've got this chance and this chance only. Here's Stenberg now. He's going to try and set a flying lap time to improve. We'll see who can. Taliancic can't. Coxhead's out there on track. Danny Davidson, Job Stewart, Damian Johnstone and co. Andrew Dyson's out there, so's Briggs. As they've got themselves some really good work coming along here. There's Jack Boyd, 104.591. That's a good lap time from him. It keeps him in 4th though, but he did improve his time. But can he find one more as he goes for his lap? As he goes through 20 seconds remaining here. Here's Chris Coxhead now, looking at his improvements as he goes over the line. As he now looks to go through the dogleg even and try and get himself going. 10 seconds to go on this clock. And now 5 remain. 4 only now. Does Danny Davison have himself over the line in time? Yes, he does, but Coxhead does not at this point in time. So there, 104.7, not good enough for him as he makes the progress. What about Kurt Stenberg right now, trying to get that lap sorted and all together, 104.658. Trying to get over the line. He's not going to be quick enough. He dives down into the lane. Brady Myers will also not find any more improvements. What about Dom Ferraris right now? Going to try and make a push? No, he's going to come down onto the pit as well. Kozlowski's going to go and finish his lap though. Has he got more? He has. 104.680, but not enough for position. Stays 11th. It was 1,000th off Carroll and Dyson, who had tied their times together. There's Daniel Ackland. He jumps to 12th on a 104.7. Good time from here. Cracknell up to 5th. What a clutch lap that was. 104.598. Right at the death. Was well needed at this point. Job Stewart's the last driver over. He does a 104.6. That jumps him to 13th place. And so the first part of qualifying, Brett Loxton here, Reese, has set the pace.
He absolutely has, and he will be the benchmark for the top drivers who are now waiting at pit exit for the call to go. They've got another 3 minutes and 40 seconds to wait, though, before they'll be allowed out on track by race control. But these are the results so far. Brett Loxton running that fastest time. Brady Myers only 0.026 behind. Incredible gaps that we're seeing here. Adam Briggs and Jack Boyd right behind them. And Michael Cracknell rounding out the top 5. Dean O'Brien can only make it P6. Dominic Ferraris, well, he had a lot of attempts at setting up a good lap, but unfortunately not able to get anywhere near the front of this set of drivers. Coxhead, Stenberg, and Carroll rounding out the top 10.
And then you look, Andrew Dyson, 11th at the moment. We must preface at the moment. 12th is Scott Kozlowski, Job Stewart 13th. Then you got Daniel Ackland, Sean Linsdale, Corey Preston. Then you got Danny Davison with Damian Johnstone, Ian Bird 19th, and Michael Taliancic 20th, Sam Blacklock and Michael Schreier 21st and 22nd, unable to break the 105 margin out there on track. but you can see the names that will be looking to go here in this next session. You got Brad Ryan, Jordan Ross, Jordan Caruso, Forzan El Nabi, who's a two-time winner at Sonoma, Harley Haber, James Scott, the championship leader, winner at Montreal, Andrew Gilliam, Brody Kostecki is in there, Super 2 driver. You got Blake Purdy, Wayne Burke, Tom Freer, Ethan Warren, Cooper Webster, Thomas Hinz, who is on the Zoom cameras for us, with Glenn Postlethwaite, Jake Maloney, Sam Sutton, Josh Anderson, and number 77, the inaugural champion, Madison Down. So this is going to be key in terms of how this is going to be run. You have got some great names, some great up-and-comers here, and they are all going to try and find themselves a way to dispose of Brett Loxton at the top of the timing sheet.
Yeah, and at the top of the pre-qualifying timing sheets, we had drivers running high 103s. Of course, the conditions were slightly different in pre-qualifying to what they are now, but the track is going to continue to cool down. The current track temp is down to 43 degrees Celsius, and we're going to see that fall even further as the sun goes down. But taking a few tenths out of those pre-qualifying times to get a sense of what times we'll be looking for in this particular session, I reckon we've got more than one driver here who's capable of running a 104.1.
Well, that really is going to tell you all you need to know, and that track has cooled again. It's down to 43 degrees, as we expected this track to cool down. So this is looking really, really interesting for the way this has gone. There is 1 minute before they are going to get themselves going on track again, and now you're starting to feel like everybody is going to be just knocking on that door saying, we're in the best position, we got the best conditions right now to go out there and attack. As right now, they know that time is crucial for them to get those good laps. It may just be here, Reese, that the person who's out there last on track is going to get their times to be absolutely perfect. They are going to be playing that game to perfection 20 seconds before they get released.
Yep, and the clock continues to tick down. Everyone is currently sitting in their pit boxes with pit limiters activated, and very shortly we'll see the mad rush once again, but this time it's going to be positions 1 to 20 in pre-qualifying, that narrow pit exit here at Oren Park. They will file through one at a time, and officially the session is go. Out we come for the second run of qualifying.
And now this is crucial. Brad Ryan will be first on track, followed by Sam Sutton out there on the road. Brad Ryan had some great times in practice. He was up to 4th place, having a great run of things. But of course, you got to look out though for car number 088. That is the championship leader. That is James Scott for Evolution Racing Team, who has really just put on a fantastic run of form coming out of the back end of last season, putting the results together, and all of a sudden he is the championship leader, and he's got some fantastic drivers behind him who he knows that can challenge and prove to show what they have got at the moment around this place. Something that is worth noting here is a distinct lack of Ethan Grigg-Galt here today. He will use a drop round in terms of this round of the championship, and this is going to be key moving forward because Ethan coming into this season was the odds-on favourite.
He absolutely was. He put one heck of a fight in through last season to finish second in the championship, and not by much of a margin to Jared Filsell. So we were expecting him to be the main player coming into this season, but as we've seen, it hasn't quite gone to plan for the Eggman. So he'll be taking one drop round out of this. But as we discussed earlier, you take your drop rounds earlier on in the season, it just makes the end of the season even harder.
It certainly does, and you can't afford to have too many drop rounds around this championship. You know that sometimes results will not go your way, as is the way that racing so much and for so long goes. There will be mistakes. Not every driver is perfect. I have not seen a flawless championship run, not even from any of Jared Filsell's championships that he's put together. So put it to this. This is going to be a hard-fought contest here today of drivers who really want to get their laps all together and all sorted at the moment. Let's go on our Zoom camera and look at Thomas Hinz overall because he's gearing up for his lap behind the legendary Madison Down. This is going to be crucial here in terms of how you gear up for a flying lap. Thomas Hinz has got the best seat in the house right now and the best draft in the house to boot.
Yeah, but of course that draft won't come into effect a huge amount because the straight is so short. Wait for the pit exit wall to end. That's your braking point for turn 1. He carries it very nicely into turn 2. Once again, the face of concentration and the furrowed brow from Thomas Hinz. Looking forward to the next corner, turn 3. Very difficult turn to line up for. The curbs are incredibly harsh in this section of the circuit. You don't want to hit them too hard. The body panels and the wheel connections have been made stronger for these cars in this season, which means you can ride the curbs a lot harder than you used to. Bit of a slide from Hinzy, but once again, you still have to take an awful lot of care around this circuit. It looks like it's working out all right for Hinzy at the moment.
It certainly is. The first times then coming in on the board. Who is going to be gaining those big improvements? Forzan Elnabi already on a 104.2, his fastest, 2/10. Has got himself clear of Brett Loxton. What a time. Anderson then up into second position. Haber is now up to 4th. Mads up to 2nd then. Madison Down. They're getting good job. Hinzy, who we were looking at for that first lap, he's only 31st, trying to get those times in together. Kostecki up into 7th. Harley Haber is in 5th right now at the moment. In terms of where James Scott is, he's all the way back in 13th place on a 104.6. He needs some time to get the tyres working.
Yeah, not the best run for James Scott to start out with. We take a look at various cars going around the circuit, and Forzan Elnabi will be beaming in that United Sim Sports machine, just slamming it down right at the start of this second qualifying session. Should also mention Joshua Anderson for Altus Esports. He's managed to put himself up into 3rd in the midst of all of this.
Well, that's going to be crucial for him. He knows he needs those good times at the moment in the number 36 car, being harassed by Harley Haber on this lap. So Haber deciding he's going to dive down in onto the lane at this point in time. So you can see everybody just trying to get one lap in, one lap out, get going again and get those times really working. Oh, how close you want to catch it, Andrew Gilliam. That is up to a 2nd place. He's 1,000th off, but he very nearly teetotaled the lap and non-validated it because he was that close to the driver entering the pits.
We'll get a modem simulation replay of exactly that, and I guess were it not for this avoiding action you're about to see Gilliam take, he might have just snagged pole. So have a look at this. It was his Pursuit Sim Racing teammate as well. Slam on the brakes. Whoop, hold up a minute. Only missing by a few millimeters, having to go all the way to the other side of the straight. My goodness, but still, only 1,000th to Elnabi. Gilliam once again proving that when it comes to one lap pace, he's one of the drivers to watch out for in this series.
The track has cooled again. It's 42 degrees now out on track, and it seems like you've got to be a weatherman to know what to do around this place. Andrew Gilliam is a fascinating driver. I was talking with Tom Freer earlier on this week, and Andrew Gilliam just has this ornate ability to come down into the pit and know exactly what he needs to change on that car to go a couple of tenths, a fraction quicker. That is the Andrew Gilliam that is an absolute setup genius when it comes to these vehicles. He is the driver who is very much like a Claudio Ranieri Tinkerman sort of person.
He certainly is, and we've talked in the past about the amount of potential we've seen from Gilliam. He started popping up near the top of the timesheets towards the second half of last season, and he's just continuing to have that excellent run of form. Jake Maloney, meanwhile, we take a look at for Trans-Tasman Racing in the number 29 Holden Commodore. He hasn't set a proper time on the board just yet, not quite maximising the dog leg there, but still, we should probably see a competitive time come out of this if he doesn't elect to go for the pits. And it looks like he is going to continue this one. It's just a 104.406. It's a nice lap from Maloney, puts in P5.
Yeah, he has pace as Jake Maloney. He has proven it. He's had official race victories over the course of this year, so he does know how to be quick. So keep an eye on this. It's Elnabi from Gilliam, from Down, from Anderson, from Maloney. Loxton, who was the fastest in that first time slot, is 6th position in the 209. Then it's Haber in 7th, Myers 8th, Burke in 9th, and Brody Kostecki rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Drivers are always finding improvements, and this is going to be crucial. Every single lap is going to be there as they look to go through, as there jumps up Madison down in 3rd place right now, as James Scott has just gone to 6th.
Well, that's what James Scott needs here. He's got 12 minutes left to try and set a better lap time than that, but still, if he can start in the top 5 for this, that's going to set him up well for success in this race.
Absolutely it will, and they have themselves just 13 minutes as there are going to be more drivers moving up through the order, trying to find a bit more time out there. Maloney was one of them. He's jumped up past Josh Anderson now into 4th place on a 1:04.345. He's now a 10th behind El Nabi on pole position at the moment as we look at Glenn Postlethwaite here trying to find improvements. He's down in 37th place on a 1:04.7. He needs to find something more than this. He's got the track to his advantage, but now over the line he comes along and he finds a 1:05.6. That's definitely not a good lap.
Well, you could see at the final turn he was setting up for another flying lap run, so we'll see how that works out for him. Jordan Ross, meanwhile, a 1:05.2. That's certainly not going to improve on his position, and El Nabi deciding that that run was not a profitable one. What about Brody Kostecki, meanwhile? He sets a 1:04.239 and immediately goes to P1. Madison down just gets up to 2nd as well in the process, only a 100th of a second behind.
Oh, and he gets a big drift to show that he was almost there. 2nd position for Madison down. He was 3 thousandths quicker than Fortan El Nabi. 2nd, or 1st through to 4th right now. 15 thousandths only. Says that's the difference. That's how close it is at the top of qualifying at the moment. You got the championship leader back in 7th position, a couple of tenths down, needing something more than a 4:20 on a 4:19 day, but he's been jumped by Sam Sutton, who moves up to 7th on a 1:04.4. That's a good time for number 12.
Absolutely, as Sutton showing that he can pull out the stops when it counts and getting up into the top 7 as a result of that. Ethan Warren, meanwhile, looks like he's going to go quick here. A 1:04.371. That is a very nice lap. He pips Sutton for 7th.
Remember, Ethan Warren was the first ever pole sitter in this brand new era of Holdens and Fords. So Ethan Warren knows how to qualify this vehicle. We'll see how he goes. He's still got time. He's got 10 minutes to get those times working in favour right now, to get a retrospective of just how good this second field has been. Loxton, who was quickest, is now in 12th place overall because Jordan Caruso has just moved up inside the top 10. You really needed a good pre-qual if you were going to be at the front. Here's Cooper Webster, the young Cooper Webster, on the back of what is an ATTC championship victory as well, but he really goes wide, and that will cost him a little bit of time as Wayne Burke moves up to 9th.
Yeah, Berkey up into that 9th place. Good stuff from him. Of course, Wayne Burke getting his first SCOPS win last season in the first of our reverse sprint events. What about Hinsey, our Zoom man? He's going to go right on into the pits as a result of that run. Brad Ryan, meanwhile, 5th in practice, and that is a very nice lap. 1:04.4, gets himself into the top 10.
He splits himself between Sam Sutton and Wayne Burke, so good lap from Brad Ryan there. Puts himself in 9th position at the moment in qualifying with not long left. You got Kostecki from down, El Nabi, Gilliam, Maloney, then it's Anderson, Warren, and then Sutton, Ryan, Burke, your top 10. Your championship leader, James Scott, is in 11th and only 0.2 of a second and just a bit under behind, and a 1:05.5 is a gear up lap for the next big one that he's got coming up. So this is a really, really big moment here in terms of this qualifying. Some drivers haven't geared up to this very well. You've got guys like Blake Purdy in 28th on a 1:04.676. He'll learn, he'll get better, but ultimately drivers need to find the times because they simply put aren't getting there at the moment.
No, they aren't. Purdy himself only setting a 1:06.2. That must have been a run-up lap and Brad Ryan's going to bring it straight back into the pits. They've got an opportunity, I reckon, for 2 more full runs. A driver we haven't focused on yet in this session, Harley Haber. He currently sits in 2nd in the championship and has had a great run of form this season after going to United Sim Sports previously of Mark 1, and now we'll see how he goes coming through the dog leg. Hard on the brakes for the final turn. Currently sitting in 15th. He needs to find a few more tenths out of this car. Is he going to flick on the speed limit or go into the pits? No. It's going to be a 104.613 for Haber, and that's not going to be an improvement for him, unfortunately.
It had an off track as well, and that would probably be through the dog leg. He was so aggressive through that section. And Forzan has just blitzed everyone. You said 104.1, Reese. Well, there it is. 104.146. Forzan, boom, boom, boom. He's at the top.
Excellent stuff. El Nabi with a great time. That's going to take an awful lot of effort to beat. We'll have to see what Anderson can do, what Kostecki and Down can do in these dying minutes of the session. Joshua Anderson abandons this particular lap. Now it's down to Kostecki and Down to get themselves up there. We still got to see another time from Andrew Gilliam as well. And what about Cooper Webster coming out of the final turn? Don't know if this is going to be a competitive run. He's starting a lap. Jordan Ross, meanwhile, coming to the end of one and gearing up for another run down the straight.
Well, Jordan Ross at the moment's back in 17th position at the moment and over the line. A 108.7 is not good enough. Here's Madison, though. He's had a huge moment through the dog leg here on this lap. He's trying everything right now, and I think that's going to be a lap abandoned. It will be a lap abandoned by Madison Down. Ryan over the line again. He's looking for a bit more. Nope, not on that lap, not that time. And there's Kostecki in 2nd. He's going to dive down back onto the lane. 6 minutes and under now left in this session, and now every single little bit matters. Here's Andrew Gilliam over the line, 105.5, gearing up for another one. Postlethwaite, 104.5, did improve up to 19.
Yes, so all right improvement there for Posy, but we're starting to see times stagnate. The drivers are near the best they can do at the moment. Sam Sutton, meanwhile, setting 104.272. That is a good time from Sutton. It's going to put him up into P5 as a result of that.
Great time then from Sam Sutton as Ethan Warren right now looking for improvements. He's 8th at the moment. Well, no, not going to go on a lap time this time. He'll gear up for another one at this point. Improvement comes in for Jordan Ross, who goes 6th. 104.343. Brilliant time as he moved up forward. So some fantastic work being done overall at this point in time. What about Josh Anderson, though, here in the 36? He's going to probably look to finish this lap. He does, and goes and does himself a nothing on that run through. So that one not working. Gilliam over the line. Oh, he goes fastest. 104.133. Gilliam goes to the top.
Giggity, giggity, Gilliam. How is that? 104.1's the fastest times we're seeing at the moment. I was waiting for Gilliam to pull that one out, and fortunately he did.
What a time! And that just proves to you everything going on. That track's called again. It's 41 degrees. You've got to be on track now. You've got to be finding those times. There are 4 minutes to go, and at the moment, Scott is now up into 6th. Ethan Warren is on a flyer at the moment as he's trying to get himself going. Is there anything that the Altus man can do? They've got no driver higher than 9th place at the moment. Over the line goes Ethan Warren. He does a 104.287. That jumps him above the championship leader.
Up into P6 for Ethan Warren, and they'll have one more chance to get a time in. Speaking of the championship leader, James Scott is on a good lap right now, getting a little crossed up on the exit of the dogleg, but pulls it up nicely for the final turn, only just scraping the wall. That might have been a contact and invalidated his lap right at the end.
It can happen just like that. Here's Harley Haber over the line looking for improvements. 104.386. It does. Moves up to 12th place, but Haber is a little bit off the pace at the moment here today. He's going to have to scrap for this result. Here's Jake Maloney, though, making his run through the final corner. He's in 8th place right now. Big slide, though, as he tried to put the power down, and that is a lap abandoned at this point in time as he is in 9th position overall as Wayne Burke, I do believe, has just jumped into 8th place on a 104.305. So time still coming down. 3 minutes to go. And of course, they are allowed to finish the lap they start.
They are. You get one more chance after the timer runs out, as long as you cross the line before the clock runs out. So drivers are only going to be able to get one more run in if they leave the pits now. We'll have a look at the one performance racing car of Sam Sutton. He's looking for improvements, but he's not going to stick with it. What about Haber on the other hand? Looks like he might be bringing this one into the pits, or is he going to stay out? Nope. Onto the anchors? No, actually.
Oh,
and
what a
nice
time!
lap.
What a time!
My goodness. Up to second place.
We were talking about how Harley Haber was nowhere, and suddenly he's just got the bit between his teeth, and he has found a perler of a lap to go second. 104.144, 11 thousandths off, 2 thousandths quicker than Forzan El Nabi. Where did that come from? Madison Down goes faster, but not enough. 104.170. Watch this. This is magical with 2 minutes to go.
This is excellent stuff. I am on the edge of my seat. James Scott is only going to have 1 or 2 more chances to get himself up. Tom Freer goes a 104.6, and that is going to be an all right time for him. Cooper Webster, meanwhile, not going to go faster this time around. He remains in 15th position. What about Brad Ryan? Not getting a competitive time in either. All of these guys are setting up for their final runs. Sutton comes across the line, a 104.97. He's not going to have enough to get up further in the order. Jordan Ross, meanwhile, not a competitive time once again. So everyone's just gearing up for that final run. We've got an explosive finish to this session coming up, Sperry.
We certainly do. Forzan is on a flying lap, and he has been knocking on that pole position time and again. Every quick lap he's set, he has been the benchmark. Can he become that benchmark once again here at Oren Park? No, and he will come down onto the lane. He will go no higher than 3rd place. Hinsey does a 104.7, does not improve from 24th position. Glenn Postlethwaite over the line does not improve either at the moment. 45 seconds to go at the moment. Here's Cooper Webster making his run around the final corner. A lot of promise on this young man here at Evolution Racing Team. He's got a race win to his name at Sebring last year. 104.346. Jumps to 13th. He gets a couple places for his troubles and his toils at the moment. One Mr. Sam Sutton will look to try and improve. He will not find the improvement that he needs. Maloney across the line does not get any improvement right now. Caruso gets over with 15 seconds. He's got one more chance. Purdy also one more chance. Same for Jordan Ross. Ethan Warren now will gear up for the big one here as he will have himself just a handful of seconds to go. Wayne Burke's going to be on the outside looking in here as 1 and 0. Ethan Warren is just over the line. Wayne Burke will not improve. So now look for the drivers who will improve right now on track. Here's Thomas Hinds looking for something more than 24th place. Has he got that in his locker? No, he does not. Postlethwaite, though, does not either. Madsen Down will not improve. No improvements for James Scott, the championship leader. Webster again looking for more here than a 104.346. Has he got enough? 2 tenths he needs for pole, and he needs every position that he can get. He will not improve on his lap time. Here's Brody Kostecki, though, diving down onto the lane. Andrew Gilliam is going for a bit more. Has he got more? He has not got more in terms of his time. So he couldn't improve, nor could Maloney, nor could Sam Sutton. And this is going to feel a bit like an anticlimax. There's Jordan Caruso over the line. Does not improve his time. Purdy does a 104.8. That's not good enough for him. Ross down in on the lane. That's a bit of an anticlimax there. But the grid is going to be pretty much done and dusted at this point in time. Ethan Warren sliding will put it down onto the lane. This is how the grid is going to look right now, and what a grid it is. Andrew Gilliam will be on pole position on a 104.133. He will have Harley Haber alongside him, ever the love or hate character that he is in the United Sim Sports team. Then you've got Forzan El Nabi, the winner at Sonoma. He is 3rd on the grid, with Madison Down, of course, a legendary figure, the leading Trans-Tasman machine, in 4th place. Brody Kostecki, the Super 2 driver, starts from 5th, with Sam Sutton in 6th position, with Ethan Warren, the leading, I'm surprised to say this, the leading Altus Esports car is only 7th, with James Scott, the championship leader, in 8th place. 9th is Wayne Burke, with Jake Maloney rounding out the top 10.
And of course, Dane Warren could have been the lead Altus Esports driver, but he had to pull out of this race as well, so he's going to take a bit of a hit to his championship points. Jordan Ross and Brad Ryan are going to share row 6 out of this one. A good start there for both Jordan and Brad. Good to see them just outside the top 10. Cooper Webster, unfortunately, only managing 13th position. Lucky 13. He's going to have to put in some work as a result of that. Josh Anderson making it 14th for Altus Esports, with Jordan Caruso and Brett Loxton in row 8. Loxton, of course, the quickest driver in that first group we saw at the start of qualifying. Brady Myers, he'll be disappointed with that 17th place starting position. We know, and he knows, that he is capable of much better. Glenn Postlethwaite sharing row 9 with him, and we always like to watch Posy race. It's always interesting to see how he can advance his way up the field. Adam Briggs, meanwhile, puts his DPR Racing Mustang in 19th, and he shares row 10 with Jack Boyd of Gone Rogue.
Michael Cracknell will start this one from 21st position in the blackjack position. And you could say two little ducks in bingo terms for Tom Freer in 22nd position. Did not get the time that he wanted out of the vehicle in ideal conditions. Dean O'Brien starts this one then from 23rd overall, with Thomas Hinds there, who will be on the zoom camera for us all race long. He will be there in 24th position on the grid. Dom Ferraris, well, he put some excitement in the times earlier on, but he will start this one in 25th. He will have Chris Coxhead alongside him in 26th place. The first real pace setter of qualifying was Kurt Stenberg. He starts this one from 27th, with Blake Purdy in 28th position, also struggling in that second qualifying. There's Dylan Carroll. He starts from 29th, and then Andrew Dyson will be the driver who will start this one from 30th position.
Scott Sislovsky of Trick Esports starts from 31st position. Job Stewart, one of the pursuit machines, starting in 32nd, sharing row 16. Daniel Ackland makes it another Synergy Sim Racing entry in 33rd position, and he shares that row with Sean Linsell of Mark 1 Esports, who we saw some pretty spectacular runs from in that first run of qualifying. Corey Preston managing 35th for the Exto Gaming team, and his teammate Danny Davison joins him there in 36th position. Davison raving about the changes to these iRacing Australian touring cars. He really loves how these cars drive now. Damian Johnstone makes it 37th position, with our Split 2 winner Ian Bird starting in 38th position. Michael Taliancic starting from 39th position, and Sam Blacklock in 40th. Well, he won't be too happy with that, starting all the way at the back of the grid. The last car lining up is going to be Synergy Sim Racing's Michael Schreier.
Yes, and that's going to be key then for the 42 lining up, or the 41 even, lining up then on this grid. This is going to be a crucial race for these drivers. They know what they've got to be capable of doing here today. Of course, your chief stewards here for Racing Action today, Michael Korolev and Simon Black. They'll be both working hard. The pace driver is Nick Parker, who will be riding around in the Porsche if anything is to go wrong over the 96 laps that they have available to themselves today. And they know better than anybody else at this point in time that 12 turns, 2.6 Ks, they go away very, very quickly. They've got 5 minutes on the grid up procedure. They are already 4 minutes through that grid up right now, and this is going to be crucial just to keep in mind. These drivers do need to find themselves up on the grid pretty soon before they get themselves going ready. So now these drivers start to hit that final procedure. Get on the grid, just stay calm, make sure that everything's working, and making sure that everything is going to be in that battle. First to 39th, under 7/10 of a second. You cannot get much closer than that, and this is why SCOPS is one of the most brilliant series to go and watch. And if you haven't already, like, share, subscribe. The iRacing Esports Network, there's so much great racing that happens up and down the field for how this all gets going. So these drivers know what they need to do. They know what they are capable of doing. Now they've got to go out there and prove it to everybody else. This is Oren Park Raceway. This is V8SCOPS, and this is sponsored by the Virtual Racing School. If you haven't already, some of the best really do give their setup advice. Make sure that you join them soon as possible. But this is where it all just gets itself ready. The lights procedure will start shortly, and when they do, racing will begin. You've got United second and third. You've got Andrew Gilliam there, and there's the green flag. Gilliam's slow. Haber's storming, and it's a slow start for Madison down as well. Haber's got the run he wants. El Nabi looking to try and attack. There's Kostecki in fourth position. It's 4 wide in the background as they head into turn number 1, and Haber's got the run. Contact in the middle. 2 are going to go straight to the kitty litter.
Just to the kitty litter, and we're joined by a third car as well as the field goes streaming by. And this race has already gotten off to a very chaotic start. They're still fanning out behind.
Oh, he's up, he's over. Ethan Warren's on his side, surely. That could be a caution there as he's gone up and over. So keep an eye on that as they go through. It's 3 wide in the background. It's been a very, very egregious start then to this 96-lap race. They're all trying to win it off of the start. The front 5 have walked away with it. And as a safety car is deployed, it is deployed. So Haber got the jump that he needed. But with Ethan Warren up and over, a safety car starts it here at Oren Park.
It certainly does, and that incident for Ethan Warren was started when he got tagged in the back by James Scott on the inside, just coming up onto, well, not onto his side right away, actually. It was the secondary contact. Here's the replay of the start. You see Madison Down making a slow start, and then, just 4 wide into turn 1 does not go. 2 cars off there on the outside. They're joined by the Synergy car briefly there, and we focus on Ethan Warren because here we go. James Scott is going to come in. He turns Ethan Warren. Warren at a standstill.
Oh, it's his teammates, it's all of them.
Both of his teammates getting into him there and causing him to go up onto his side. That's going to be quite embarrassing for Altus Esports, but Ethan Warren absolutely fuming, I imagine.
He absolutely would be, but Reese, you have to talk about this. What's rule 1 of sim racing?
Don't hit your teammates.
And then what's rule 2 of sim racing?
Don't hit your teammates.
Exactly. And that there you see is rule 1 and rule 2 of the Sim Racers Code being absolutely broken by Altus Esports at that point in time. This is how the field looks, though, as they line up behind Nick Parker in the safety car. Harley Haber leads this field with Andrew Gilliam second. Brody Kostecki is up to third. El Nabi's fourth. Sam Sutton is fifth. James Scott is up to 6th, but he will be pending that position. He may have a drive-through penalty to serve after the contact there on the opening lap. You've got Madison Down in 7th, Jake Maloney in 8th, Cooper Webster's 9th, and Brad Ryan rounds out the top 10. That was a very hectic start, but there were some big gainers and some even bigger losers in that field. Mainly, I was shocked with Madison's start.
Yes, indeed. And in terms of the movers, the cars that have moved forward the most, Sam Blacklock is actually up 13 positions from where he started, and he currently sits in 27th position. Meanwhile, both Dean O'Brien and Kurt Stenberg are plus 10. The biggest losers in the field, meanwhile, Wayne Burke and Jordan Ross, minus 20 from where they started, and Brady Myers, well, he is currently all the way at the back, and in the pits too.
Exactly, and that's going to be crucial. And if you talk about these drivers who are in the pits right now, Ethan Warren is one of them. His vehicle has been cleared, but you've got Josh Anderson there also in the pits, many a position down. And now it's going to be a long, long day for Altus to go and get anything. They may have to rely here on Sam Blacklock charging through the field after a poor qualifying out here today. But this is crucial in terms of how the strategy is going to play here with this safety car, because it does mean that they can get the fuel and the tyres working as they will resume racing at the end of this lap.
Yes, and talking about pit strategy, well, it's a full fuel tank for these guys. All 111 litres of fuel tank capacity are available, and a full tank is going to give you a stint of 50 laps. So with the pit window being open from the end of lap 3 to lap 94, The earliest you can get home is lap 46. That's the earliest you're going to see drivers taking their final pit stop.
That's going to be crucial, especially with 2 mandatory as well. That's something to keep in mind. Some drivers will look to try and maybe go and get themselves over the line late for their stop, so keep that in mind. Haber in control of the field, Gilliam behind, then it's Brody Kostecki. Nick Parker, the pace car driver, dives down then onto pit lane. So now Haber goes very, very early here and really does catch Andrew Gilliam off napping a little bit then as he gets the lap going, as he gets himself right on in there. A little bit of a weave as he tries to work out whether he needs to get some heat into the tyres. As it all concertinas back up again here in towards turn number 1 once again. El Nabi looking pretty close. It's all nice and clean in the middle of the pack right now. 4 breaking away at the moment. Sam Sutton is looking backwards at James Scott.
Yeah, Sutton really defending hard there, having to take a slightly tighter line, and he's followed by the 2 TTR machines of Madison Down and Jake Maloney. Maloney facing a lot of pressure from Cooper Webster off this restart, but Harley Haber, it seems, has put the foot down very nicely. He's got a nice gap to Gilliam, but the real battle in the top 4 is between Kostecki and El Nabi for 3rd.
It absolutely is, and Brody Kostecki's trial by fire starts now as he goes through the dogleg. Little bit of a wiggle there through that section and into the left-hander up the hill, the final corner, out on track, trying to make that push over towards turns 1 and 2 once again. And for the time being, Brody Kostecki will be happy with where he is at the moment. This may just have to be a strategy game that these drivers play with today, because overtaking will come at a premium. And you can see how close El Nabi gets underneath the back there of that spoiler, and no chance there for El Nabi to make the move right now, but knows that his teammate is in control of this field and is in position 1, which is the best place for the championship right now, knowing that James Scott is there behind in 6th place. He needs to make progress, and actually looking behind is James Scott, because there is the legendary Madison Down behind, needing to try and find a way through soon.
Yeah, Sam Sutton's been jetting away from James Scott over the last lap, and we briefly saw the onboard there of Madison Down with a face full of Evolution Racing Team Commodore, really putting the pressure on now. But you see that this pack just up ahead is starting to streak away. The gap between Haber and Gilliam has extended. Gilliam himself has managed to get some time out on Kostecki. So the battle for 4th still raging as we see the cars come over the dogleg, and an Altus car missing a bonnet there. The other 2 Altus cars in this field unfortunately out. Ethan Warren and Josh Anderson currently sitting in the pits, so it's not going well for Altus right now.
Oh, mistake, and that mistake comes from Tom Freer, who goes wide at turn 2. He gets a huge slide actually going through. He caught the gravel on the outside, which kicked the car out wide. He lost 1 position there to the Zuba racing car. That was Brett Loxton who he lost the place to. But look at this though, as they continue on forward right now, as they on battle right this place, even as I forget to English for a second there. Tom Freer just losing out a little bit. There's Madison Down and co, who are trying to make their push up through the field. There's the dogleg that they are coming through right now. Madison Down still sitting there, still waiting, but of course time of the essence here. Maybe there is some time to wait. It is 96 laps, so there is a lot of time and a big wiggle off the exit.
Goodness me, Cracknell diving up the inside of Stenberg at the last turn and getting the move done just like that. But can Stenberg come back? Update on the top 5 situation. Sam Sutton's had a couple of technical issues, and we believe that he is out of the race. So that's a big shame for Sam Sutton, but it does give the likes of James Scott and Madison Down 1 extra position.
And that will be crucial for James Scott's championship. Damage limitation here today at Oren Park, it seems, at this point in time. How close you want to be, Steady. Looking to open up down the inside of Cracknell in the RA2 machine. Contact side by side. This has picked open the door here for Blake Purdy to try and make the move, and he's got it done. So Blake Purdy up in position now. Look behind. There's Jack Boyd in the pink on-road car trying to find a way through. He's definitely not close enough to go and make that one happen, so he'll have to sit, he'll have to wait and hope that there is a different point in time where this one works. Still though, look at Kostecki and El Nabi right now. They are really dropping off the back here of Andrew Gilliam. They're a whole second back now. In fact, more than that, 1.2 they find themselves behind. So all of a sudden, Forzan's got to find a way to make this move.
Yeah, and you already saw Forzan having a little look down at the front stretch and both of them locking up into turn 2. I think the case here is that Kostecki is just not able to match the pace of the top two. They both pulled out 2/10 on him on the last lap. El Nabi, meanwhile, is faster than Kostecki, and he's looking to get by as soon as possible.
Yes, and this is the issue, though. This has that street circuit vibe to it. This one does, Oren Park, because it is so tough to make overtakes. You have to plan them out laps in advance. You've got to know where the driver's going to defend, where the driver in front is going to battle, and you know every position becomes such a vital battleground here at this point in time. So we'll see how that one goes on. The longer that this race does continue, Dean O'Brien being caught now by Brett Loxton here in the fight for 12th and 13th. Forzan's got a great run here coming off of the final corner, and here comes the chance now potentially into turns 1 and 2, looking to that inside once and twice to get into the mirrors, but Kostecki is made of sterner stuff than that. There's a little look, but again, just not there. Forzan needs something even better than that.
Yeah, he certainly does. Kostecki's doing a great job holding him off here, putting his car in exactly the right place. And the issue that El Nabi is facing is the pass that he has to put on. He needs to set it up from the corner previous. You want to get up the inside of turn 1. You have to absolutely nail your exit out of the final turn. So this entire last half of the lap is going to be setting up for that.
It absolutely is. Look at the train, though, behind Dom Ferraris at the moment in 14th place. This train stretches all the way back, and it keeps going and going and going to Brady Myers in 34th position. It's a 21-car train for 14th place.
Wow, my goodness, and they all look like they're having a lot of fun at the moment. Having a look at the number 28 of Chris Cox there briefly, and oh my goodness, that's Andrew Dyson with a spin. I don't know if he got some help with that, but the tight quarters around this track can certainly catch drivers out. Get a quick modem simulation replay of what happened to a split 2 winner from Sonoma. And this was coming through into turn 9, and that's a mistake we've seen before. Just too much grass on the entry and a fair whack of the wall.
That's more than a fair whack. That is a big whack of the wall, and that did not look very, very nice in terms of the way that's gone. Haber, though, under pressure. Gilliam just took 4/10 of a second. He's got a huge slide heading through that big sweeper section. So all of a sudden, Harley Haber is now starting to just struggle as he finds his form and finds his rhythm ever so slightly. Andrew Gilliam, these two young stars right now looking to make those pushes as we get a motor simulation replay here of Forzan El Nabi. Oh, look at that from Forzan. Full opposite lock heading through, and it looked like he didn't even miss a beat.
Yeah, well, I could definitely hear some Eurobeat playing in his speakers as a result of that, but, you know, unfortunately, he's lost all of that time to Brody Kostecki. He's going to have to put some big work in. Meanwhile, James Scott with a huge amount of pressure now from Madison down. They've got El Nabi back with them here, and that will be distracting Dyson a little bit with the car in front of him. Madison down might be smelling a chance soon.
He certainly will be smelling a chance, and he knows he's got to really get in there and make sure that it happens, and he knows better than anybody else that Madison wants to just work on this field and make sure that he runs the race at his pace and play a strategy card well, because Madison has been struggling over the last couple of weeks with pit stops. They have been the big hurt for him. Couple of seconds here and there. He can't afford that here today. He's got to make sure the pit stop is perfect when he goes and takes it, as he will look to try and charge on forward with the way that this race is going to be run. A little bit further back, though, here's Cooper Webster on the back of Jake Maloney, hoping that there is a way to break these two Trans-Tasman vehicles. He finds himself in 8th, looking for 7th.
Yeah, and it's a reasonable gap there for Webster up to Jake Maloney just up ahead. Lap times, though, Webster was quicker than Maloney by about 0.5 of a second, so you can tell he's got the pace under him here, but he's going to be facing some pressure from Brad Ryan, who is even faster still. But it looks to me like Jake Maloney is the slow car in this train right now. He's lost touch with his teammate down.
certainly has, and it has been by paper cut, so to speak, because it was only a 105.3 that last time by. The two cars behind were 105.2s. Jordan Caruso was a 105.1 on that last time by. So was Dean O'Brien in terms of pace, so that really does tell you all you need to know. Fastest man that last time by that we could see was Brody Kostecki on a 105 flat. He's 1.6 seconds off of Andrew Gilliam, who looks now like he's within a couple of tenths of a second right now. You can see that gap, just 3 car lengths or 2 car lengths even between them as they head over towards turn number 1 and then into 2. Haber's looking tentative. You can see Gilliam, they're just running a little bit too deep there on the brakes, just letting Harley Haber know that he is there.
Yeah, and he's been gradually chipping away at Haber over the course of these last few laps. Haber had a great run at the start and at the restart. He timed it absolutely perfectly, but now, once these tyres are up to temperature, they're only going to have a few laps left before they start really going off, and Haber's going to have to be extra careful when that time comes around.
And Harley Haber is known, really, as a driver, Reese, that is heavier on the use of his tyres compared to others. The longer that a stint goes on, you feel the more chance you have to get by Harley Haber. You can see has a big wiggle going over that massive left of the dogleg, and now all of a sudden Andrew Gilliam is still there, but Gilliam is a patient driver. He knows when to push the issue. Yes, he's had his rash moments in the past, but both of these drivers know when to turn the wick up to 11.
They absolutely do, and we saw that kind of form from Gilliam at Sonoma. Remember, he got a podium there as well, so he's in at the running for another great result here at a track that is kind of similar to Sonoma in many ways, and unfortunate for Damian Johnstone, and that's on the start-finish straight. That happened before the final turn, I think. Let's get a replay of that.
Well, he's going to dive down onto the lane. It seems like drivers have been involved with this. So this is the Gone Rogue Motorsports car then. One of 2 Valvoline-sponsored vehicles here in this field. You can see heads up into the final corner. Wide went one and trying to put the power down. He's got a bit of help there. I think that was Glenn Postlethwaite who really did not see, was unsighted Sam Blacklock there. And now for what was 2 OC sports cars out, 1 missing a front bonnet. Now there's a rear spoiler missing on Sam Blacklock's car.
Yeah, well, you can see there was a slight tap there from Johnston, that unsettled Blacklock, and he was trying to recover. Johnston didn't really have anywhere to go once Blacklock started sliding. He'll probably be ruining that slight little tap.
I think he will. Here's some side-by-side almost as Dylan Carroll under pressure from Job Stewart back in the pack right now. Postlethwaite out of this race. Then as this continues, they look to try and push towards turn number 1. Not close enough at the moment on the brakes as they go through, and it's just a consistent lock-up fest down at turn 2. It's the biggest braking point on the circuit, and these vehicles, well, they know they're built for acceleration at this point in time around this track, but they all have to try and make sure they get the results that they want. What's crucial is James Scott is looking behind. Oh my.
Oh man, on the replay just then, you see one of the pitfalls of the pit wall at Oren Park. Corey Preston, I think an innocent victim out of all of that. Blacklock was trying to find a gap. We'll stay on the replay because there's a problem here for Danny Davison, most likely, in the Exto Gaming Mustang. And he's stopped on track at the moment, already carrying a lot of damage to the front end of his machine. And, that was an engine. Yep, that was the engine going. Or maybe, no.
No, it was a lock-up and then round he went. So, round he went, and ultimately he may have stalled the vehicle. That is something that now happens on iRacing. You can stall it, you can see. He's looking for revs, he's looking for it. There's first gear, and he did stall it, so he was trying to get going, and that was always going to be very difficult for him as he got on through. Back live to pictures, though, we'll go. Haber from Gilliam, from Kostecki, from El Nabi. El Nabi's been clawing the gaps back in, 105.1s at a time, and crucially, 105.1s have been pretty much deserving for those at the front of the field. That has been a consistent time here at the moment. That track temp, remember, that was 46 when we started qualifying, is down to 38 degrees. It will get quicker and quicker as this race goes on.
Yeah, and it'll get slightly easier to drive as well as we take a look at El Nabi, bringing the gap down to 0.5 of a second up to Brody Kostecki. Current lap times then for Harley Haber, it's a 1:05.15. It's a 1:05.05 for Andrew Gilliam. He's slowly reeling Haber back in despite the lockup. Brody Kostecki, a 1:05.094 versus a 1:05.103 for Forzan El Nabi. And side-by-side running here back in the pack. This is Dylan Carroll, Michael Cracknell and Jack Boyd all together here. And that is a pass on the inside for that car. Joe Stewart getting an absolute face full of all of this. Is that a stopped car?
That's John Stone coming out of the pits there, lap traffic getting out of the way, so he's going to be pretty much dealing with that with pretty good dignity there. Was one Mr. Damien John Stone. He knows how to behave as lap traffic as he moves on forward, but there's also some brilliant scraps going on as Jake Maloney, Cooper Webster, Brad Ryan still going on right now. We're on lap 18 now, starting here in this race, out of 96 with Harley Haber at the front of this field by a not a comfortable margin, half a second at the moment as he leads. You've got Jake Maloney there, 7th, Webster 8th, Ryan 9th as they head into turn number 1 and then into 2. Again, not close enough to go and make that move, and you really do need that commitment through turn 1 to really open up the speed through turn 2 here, Reese.
You absolutely do, but you kind of have, it's a bit of a balancing act actually, because remember, turn 2 is tight at the start but opens up at the exit, so you have to slow down a little bit earlier through turn 1 if you want to get the best exit through turn 2. Of course, that leaves you open to a lunge from a driver who's decided to go a little bit deeper through the left-hand kink.
Worth noting that Sam Sutton is back going again, albeit 3 laps down, just trying to get the points that are there for finishing. So Sam Sutton, he's got a long way home if he wants his race to work in his favour. But you've got great scraps in the middle. Let's get our zoom camera going for the first time in this race. Take a look at Thomas Hinds and what he's looking at right now, because he's got Job Stewart and Scott Zaslowski here in terms of this scrap at the moment. You can see right now just how much he is having to work to stay in this battle and have an opportunity. You can see there the stony face of determination, and he's just probably in that zone where he's probably just happy to sit behind, save a little bit of fuel, and maybe he can make something happen in the strategy call.
Yeah, this is the part of the race now where everyone's settled down, everyone's sort of settled into their relative pace. So if you're in Hindsey's position, the best thing to do is to just keep it on the black stuff. Make sure that you don't make mistakes, don't get too far up on the cars in front of you, because you don't want to compromise yourself. Have that opportunity to save a bit of fuel. That's definitely going to help you when pit stop time comes around. Thinking of that, who is going to be the first out of our front pack to jump? Because there's usually a short stint and 2 long stints that happen in races like this.
I've just seen a mistake from Jordan Caruso in 10th place. It's not cost him a position as such, but what it did do was he did run wide, as Madison Down, I think, has also had himself a bit of a moment then on this lap, because he's come down in and has become the first taker on lap 20. So Mads going for an undercut here, and I don't blame him at this point. He's been trialing it over the last couple of weeks. Madison Down is the first taker.
Yeah, and the undercut is going to be the most beneficial at a track like this, where it is just so hard to pass, where it's so hard to even gain on the car in front of you. There's a lot of corners coming at you at once. What happened to Coxhead?
Big slide through turn 2. He caught the same Tom Freer gravel on the outside, just gets a slide and gets himself going again. So crucial, Coxhead keeps himself on the runs moving forward, but crucially at that point in time, we are starting to see drivers now making tiny little mistakes out on track, and that's just something to keep in mind at this point in time. In terms of where Madison Down has come out, he's come out in an acre of fresh air, and he can use that to his advantage. That was a good call.
It definitely was, as we see Brad Ryan entering the pits, the second car to take that jump And once again, coming out in a gap, the most important thing at Oren Park, because that pit exit, if you come out at the wrong time and you have to contend with a few cars at racing speed barreling into the first couple of turns, you are not going to have a good time. You are going to lose a lot of time. So Madison Down now, he's in a position where he can focus on his lap times. He can focus on one corner after the next. He doesn't have to worry about any drivers in front of him for now. Jake Maloney and Cooper Webster, meanwhile, the drivers that Down was battling with, they might elect to come in very soon as well.
Big gain then against Brad Ryan. Ryan has lost a lot of time compared to Madison Down, who's done well. In fact, drops behind Taliancic as well out on track. So that's crucial to the way that the race is going to be run. In terms of, does anybody else decide they want to become a taker onto the lane? None from the front drivers at this point in time. So there's a very distinct early strategy side by side. Tom Freer on Brett Loxton. Loxton was so wide through that final corner. He missed the apex completely through that section, maybe even serving a slowdown. But Brett Loxton, the Zuba corner's not helping. Tom Freer's got one back up into 12.
Yeah, and Brett Loxton almost getting up onto the gravel in the midst of turns 1 and 2. And Jack Boyd is having a heck of a time here in P16, chasing down Blake Purdy. And Purdy just a little bit earlier on the brakes coming into turn 3. Boyd has Dylan Carroll behind him, looking to make up some positions as well. And having a look at lap times, it does seem that Boyd has the edge over Purdy here.
He does. That last time by was fractions of a tenth quicker, but quicker nevertheless, stuck behind. So we'll be looking for another chance to go and make that move. Very tough to do so around this place. We're on the end of lap 22, the start of lap 23 here around this place. As in comes James Scott, the championship leader. He pits from 5th place.
So this is going to be crucial for him. If he can get this stop down nicely. Remember that Madison was near him. They were battling before these guys decided to take their stops, and Down has been setting some pretty good times in his first runs out of the pits. A 104.4 on that last lap for Madison Down, so a huge gain made on the previous running of this fantastic Oren Park circuit. Coming through the final turn, we'll have a look as Brett Loxton has a couple more issues there on the exit of turn 2. He's not having a great time, but James Scott's still up on the jacks as Madison Down comes streaming by.
Well, this is the key. Madison Down is running lap time 7/10 of a second quicker than the race leaders at the moment on fresh tyres. So that's going to be the key. This is now really going to throw a spanner in the works. If you still want that race lead ahead of Madison Down, those leaders are going to have to come down in pretty soon in terms of the strategy call. So you'll see there, Forzan El Nabi has made the call as first to come down in. Not surprised that the second driver of the United cars are coming in, or is coming in first at the moment. I expect Haber to be in maybe next lap, maybe one lap after. This is throwing everybody into that call. They have to come down in and cover the moves.
Yeah, pit lane's going to become a hive of activity in the next couple of laps. El Nabi brings it to a stop up on the jacks, and we'll keep an eye on this clock, see how long he has stopped. Madison Down's actual stop time was 17.6 seconds. That's one of the fastest stops we've seen so far out of every driver that's come in. And have a look at that as he comes across the start-finish line, does Down. El Nabi just getting off the jacks, so Down has got the position there. That was an excellent call from Down to come in when he did.
Well, look at Forzan El Nabi and just how far back he is. He's right with James Scott. It was a long stop from El Nabi. I wonder if he's put a lot of fuel in that vehicle after losing a position and really having to make sure that he's getting a long second stint underneath him at the moment. So this is really shaking up. Madison Down's call to come in has been crucial. Brody Kostecki comes in to cover the move then as he dives down onto the lane at this point in time. That leaves two at the front, Haber and Gilliam at the moment, and then you got Maloney third fighting Cooper Webster here for fourth place. Remember, there's going to be a lot of strategy that's going to come in. I wonder where the overcut is going to come in through all of this. Someone who was a perennial overcut driver was Ian Ford, and maybe ERT are looking at that with Cooper Webster, for example, or Jordan Caruso as maybe drivers who could come in and use the overcut to an advantage.
Yeah, there's a bit of contact there in the background. Scott Soslovsky and Michael Cracknell coming together, and Cracknell has lost 2 positions out of that. It looks like Jack Boyd there just up ahead. No, not Jack Boyd. It is one of the Pursuit sim racing machines. Kostecki, meanwhile, has just come out of the pits, and crucially, he is ahead of El Nabi. It was Job Stewart, the car that I was referring to. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you can see that also Brody Kostecki a long way behind at this point in time. So there is going to be a redress coming in from car 266, I do believe it was. Not too sure. Sorry, car 305 we're getting correction for, but who is needing to get correction? In comes Andrew Gilliam. Now, this is key here. This forces Harley stop.
It certainly does. Harley is going to have to come in on the next lap, and it might already be too late for him. As a result of this, Gilliam might get the position, but we got to remember Madison down as well in the midst of all of this. What can he do? As we see more contact here as Soslovsky gives the position back to Cracknell. So Job Stewart now comes up to the front of that pack, and Soslovsky is side by side with Thomas Hinz, and this is going to be very awkward coming over the bridge. Hinsey tries holding the outside, but it's not going to be successful on that particular occasion. Gilliam is now out of the pits and lost a position on track to Wayne Burke, who is another one of the drivers who pitted early.
You could see the Stonewall face there as they went on through and had their scraps in terms of the way this race is being run. Haber has stayed out again, so this is crucial in terms of the way this race is run. Haber's running to a number here today, and that will mean that he will not err from his strategy to go and cover X driver here or Y driver there. Soslovsky looking for the move, not going to find it here. It's turn 1, he's in a Ra2 sandwich right now, and at the moment he is the Trick Esports filling.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Right in the middle of that Ra2 sandwich. Not the tastiest sandwich, I think, for Soslovsky, but I certainly don't envy the position that he's in at the moment. We got to think about Harley Haber too. He's coming through the final turn as we see a problem for his teammate Ian Bird. So Haber coming out of the last turn. Is he going to jump in here? No, he is not. My apologies. Getting liveries mixed up once again.
Well, they used to be former teammates, though, Ian Bird and Harley Haber at Mark 1, but of course Harley moving from Mark 1 to United. So Haber there, just running wide through turn 1 ever so slightly. That's not going to be helping these drivers who have stayed out. They're going to be going along. Chris Coxhead falls a lap down after coming out of the pits then, as this cycle very firmly in the mix at the moment. Blake Purdy has dived down in onto the lane, along with Job Stewart and Michael Cracknell at this point in time. So they all come down onto the lane, promoting more drivers up through the field. Madison down, this is crucial. His gap to Brody Kostecki right now is 4.6 seconds at the moment out on track. Worth keeping an eye on this and the times that are coming in. Kostecki that time by a 1:04.7, Madison down a 1:05 flat. That's 0.3 of a second per lap.
Yeah, down once again, showing that that pit stop was an excellent call from him. And crucially, Andrew Gilliam's pit stop was not the quickest either. He has come out behind Kostecki and El Nabi on track. So he's lost an awful lot out of this first stop. But the story is not over yet. Remember, he could be gearing up for a very short splash and dash to come to the end.
That could be the key as Michael Cracknell comes out of the pits then and will slot in behind Dean O'Brien a lap down. So that's going to be key then for Cracknell as he looks to try and get his race back on track. Look at this though. Job Stewart, Blake Purdy, Cooper Webster's there, Jake Maloney's there. This is a really interesting scrap right now because you've got 2 different scraps in 2 different places, both split a lap apart at the moment here, Reese.
Yeah, exactly. So Jake Maloney right up ahead of this pack with Cooper Webster chasing him down. And then Purdy and Stewart, well, they've remained absolutely locked together for the duration of this race so far. And Dylan Carroll behind them losing some time. But thanks to these guys battling, he may very well have a chance to get back up to the back of Job Stewart. The question is, well, we see an ERT car pitting ahead of those guys. Webster has decided to jump into the pits, and following him in is his teammate Jordan Caruso.
That's going to be crucial. Actually, something I didn't really notice was where Gilliam came out in all of this. Andrew Gilliam's had a long stop, and he's behind Brad Ryan. That just tells you how much of a stop he's had. James Scott's ahead, Elnabi's ahead, Kostecki's ahead. That's a long stop then that has been had from Andrew Gilliam as he's gone through in terms of the way that his race is being done at the moment. And Elnabi gets held up by Danny Davison then in a battle for position on the road. Davison ran wide, and Elnabi now all of a sudden has to find a way through here and has got to do it on the road. Or is this going to be given up? It's going to be given up.
Yeah, Danny Davison letting him go there, but he's got poor momentum, and Andrew Dyson just coming up behind him there. Had to lift off the throttle slightly, so Elnabi has been released once again, and he can resume the chase of Brody Kostecki, and Andrew Dyson wasting no time, just slotting in behind all of these guys. At this point, if you're in his position, the best thing to do is let guys by, because trying to keep going at racing speed could only cause dramas if you're on a completely different strategy. Meanwhile, this battle for 7th and 8th between Scott Soslovsky and Thomas Hins, Michael Cracknell has left this battle after presumably coming into the pits, but Hinsey chasing down Soslovsky. They're now battling for the top 6.
Dean O'Brien dives down in onto the lane. He makes his stop as these three move through turn 2 right now. You got Trick, you've got Ratu, and you've got yourself Gonro as they hit the brakes into the next right then of turn number 3. Not close enough at the moment is Thomas Hins, but this has been the case to be made. You sit, you wait, and you save your fuel, and you do your job, and you get exactly what you want. Johnstone is a lap down on this, mind you. Keep that in mind between these two fighting 7th and 8th. Johnstone is not fighting these drivers in front for position, but will have the better tyres and the better run of things at the moment going through. In fact, is matching their pace.
Yeah, and that's something to keep an eye on, because these guys, as they continue to battle, will use up their tyres, something chronic. So they're going to have to watch out behind them as this race goes on. Meanwhile, Harley Haber, it's pretty much confirmed he is going for a super long first stint up the front of this field. He has still not come down onto the lane, so he's basically reverse engineering this race compared to the likes of Down.
And this is the thing as well. He's still running 105.1s at the moment. Madison Down's pace has fallen back to a 105 flat. That time by was a 105.1. So he's actually matching drivers on new tyres who've maybe just used their tyres up right now. Harley's got a great stint car at this point in time that's able to run the same pace as those who have come down in and used up their tyre trying to chase him down. This has been great strategy.
Yeah, certainly has, and we'll probably expect him in around lap 40, lap 45 if he's planning to run this all the way out to the end of the tank, but I would expect him to come in a bit earlier than that, because by then the tyres would be shot.
I've just heard the news that Andrew Gilliam did stall in the pits. That's why he's dropped so far back. So he's got the bit between his teeth here. He's got Dyson to get through, which he just has. Danny Davison next. Then he's got to get and stay with Brad Ryan. So Andrew Gilliam, his quest for a first win will continue going on as Tom Freer decides it's time for his pursuit car to pit.
Yeah, so he was up all the way up to a top 5 position in the midst of all of that, and the drivers that he would be battling with just coming through the last turn now. And we take a look at Andrew Gilliam, who is just getting let by Danny Davison there, passes by Tom Freer in the pits, still up on the jacks. This is a pretty long stop here for Tom Freer. Have to wait and see if he decides to go for that super long second stint and a splash and dash at the end. He is off the jacks, but Michael Taliancic and Jordan Caruso have already gone by him. Freer has got more of the pit lane to go with. Once he gets to the exit, he's going to be right in the middle of a pack almost.
He certainly is. There goes Purdy and co as he looks to get himself going, and there you can see going through. Oh, zoom on by, why don't you? Chris Coxhead picking up the position, so that's where Tom Freer slots in behind then. In terms of this race, we are on lap 33 overall of this one. About to go on to lap 34. Now we are on lap 34 with Harley Haber at the moment in complete control of this one. He's got 7.2 seconds over Jake Maloney, who's the nearest car who hasn't pitted. A handful of drivers yet to come down in, include Dom Ferraris right now. We've got Kurt Stenberg, Scott Soslovsky, Brett Loxton is there as Thomas Hinds has decided to make a pit from 7th place on the road at the time.
It's been a good opening stint from Hinsey. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far, just kept it nice and clean. So by goes Haber. He continues to stay out on track, going for a super long first stint. Meanwhile, Hinsey's going to be waiting. He's just off the jacks now and getting ready to go.
We've also got this scrap going on. Brody Kostecki and Forzan Elnabi, they've been together all race long so far, and they will continue to do so. But Elnabi has been dropping back slightly over the last couple of laps or so, maybe to preserve the engine, maybe to preserve the tyres, maybe to save a bit of fuel. Maybe Forzan Elnabi's thinking about this long game at the moment. These drivers are unable to close down Madison Down, who is about 4 seconds down the road, but maybe Madison's got to put a lot more fuel in on that final stop at the moment. Hinds, in terms of where he has come out then in this race, he is behind Michael Cracknell by a fair margin, so clearly that didn't work. But a long stop, 34 laps, that's about a third of the race and a little bit more in terms of that one. Even stints we are seeing here from a couple of drivers here today. Kurt Stenberg, Dom Ferraris, both on the lane.
Yes, and Stenny's just gotten going out of all of that. He was joined on the lane by Ferraris and Soslovsky. Ferraris has just managed to get going himself, but this fight between Elnabi and Kostecki for net effective second place on track. Well, it's going to be effective third place with Madison Down having jumped both of them in that first stop. They've got a bit more work to do. Down is setting high 104s. Meanwhile, Elnabi and Brody Kostecki, they can only do 105 flats.
Well, the track is cooling. It's down to 36 degrees at the moment, and that's the key here. Madison Down has got the pace going and is trying to strategize his way to the top. 104.9 that last time by as Kostecki over the line, 104.9, and Forzan Elnabi when he crossed it at 104.9 as well. So there you go, Chef. There's the meal that you need. James Scott's not having that, though. He's having a 105.1 at this point in time. Compare that to Haber, though. 105.2 last time by from Haber. He crossed the line 105.3. So that's 4/10 a lap now that Harley Haber's losing. But he's thinking about the long term. He's thinking about how long it takes to put a litre of fuel in the car, and maybe staying out longer might be beneficial for the splash and dash.
Yeah, it certainly would. As I said, he's reverse engineering it versus what Madison Down has done with the initial short stint in that first bit of the race. So Haber is still a big question mark hanging over him. We'll have to wait and see.
We certainly will. We're looking at some brilliant scraps going on at the moment. Cooper Webster is in one of them right now. He's pulled away a little bit from Jack Boyd over the course of this lap, and he's looking at Dyson and Davison, who are yet to come down in and make their stops at the moment. Also keep an eye on Gilliam here, because Gilliam is flying here. 105 flat last time by. We'll see what he does this time as he comes over the line. A 104.9, 4/10 over Brad Ryan. He's hoping that maybe there's another place in the offing for the pole sitter of this race.
Yeah, and he'll probably be hoping for a safety car as well to help him make up some of that time he lost stalling his car in the pits. And we see our race leader in the pits now. Haber has gone 37 full laps as a result of that first stint. So Jake Maloney now assumes the race lead. He's one of the last cars left to pit. Loxton, Schreier, Linsell and Ackland are the cars that have not pitted, neither of Danny Davison or Andrew Dyson.
Well, this is crucial then in terms of the stop, so we'll see where he comes out. Madison Down, in comparison, is heading through the final corner right now on the rear of Daniel Ackland, who's yet to come down in and make a stop, and he gives the signal, I'm coming down on the lane, does Daniel Ackland, so he goes through. So Haber's going to drop behind here in terms of this one. It's a long stop. There goes Madison Down, so he's not got the race lead anymore. There goes Kostecki, there goes Elnabi, and he's just waiting now on those fuel numbers to get himself going. Unless he's been caught speeding in the lane, that'll be an extra 15 seconds. This is an incredibly long stop, and his race is fading from him. Harley Haber, how long are you going to stay? This looks like he's been caught on the gun.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going too hot into the pit lane and getting a penalty for Harley Haber. He is still at a standstill in the pits. 51 seconds he's just gone by. My goodness, this has gone absolutely south for Harley Haber. Southern than a migrating goose.
There's a minute on the stop, and he will come out with Daniel Ackland, and that will pretty much just sum it up. 1 minute, 4 seconds in the stop, and he's behind Corey Preston on the road. Harley Haber's nightmare on pit lane has got him another race win pretty much out of the door. So now all of a sudden, the race has changed, and now it's all about who can do what they can. Madison Down leads this one. Brody Kostecki is there in second position overall net, with Forzan Elnabi in third. But out there at the moment, you've got Brett Loxton, Sean Linsdell, Michael Schreier and co. Is down in on the lane. So Schreier is in. Linsdell, I believe, is still out there. You've got Jake Maloney right now, who is in his 40th lap now of his stint.
That's a crazy long stint we're seeing from Maloney, and it's going to hurt him, I think, when he comes in to take his stop. He's going to end up losing a lot of time relative to those he was battling with. Some side-by-side action behind him, meanwhile, as Ian Bird and Blake Purdy go side-by-side into turn 3, and Bird has to back out of it. Through goes Purdy, but the two cars behind him is Job Stewart and Kurt Stenberg. They have a face full of it. Stenny goes to the inside and has to get on by. What can Purdy do? He gets a great exit up the hill, but then they slot back in. So quite the shuffle there in those first couple of turns.
Yeah, Job Stewart doing well as car 21 has to redress apparently at this point in time. So that is Harley Haber there having to get a redress going after I believe he's just made a little bit of a contact here or a contact there on by with Corey Preston, which is the most volatile combination I think you can see in all of sim racing. A Preston-Haber battle often has fireworks. A redress there from Haber. He's happy to agree with that at this point in time, but you can see how much it is hurting Harley at this point. He's behind Schreier, Jordan Ross there in front as well. He's in the mid-30s in this field, right towards the back. Once more as Jake Maloney, your race leader, has come down onto the lane after 40 laps of action, followed by Brett Loxton. Madison Down should resume the race lead here at the end of lap 40.
And in this middle stage of the race, Down has shown himself to be the cool head that he always is, pulling off a great strategy gamble and putting himself in an excellent spot here in the lead of this race. He enjoys quite the lead, actually, over second and third. Back to the cars behind. It's 3 and a bit seconds to the Elnabi and Kostecki battle, which, speaking of, they are coming together gradually once again. Elnabi has found the pace in that car once more, setting a 104.92 on the last lap versus a 105.009 for Kostecki.
Jeez, Andrew Dyson with a huge slide through turn number 2 and nearly got a whole boot full of one Mr. Jack Boyd, who gave a nice little slide of his own of appreciation going through that section. So that was close, but they were able to do nicely through that bit. They've got Jordan Caruso behind them in terms of what they have to worry about at this point in time. So crucial, keep an eye on this gap between Madison Down and Brody Kostecki. At the moment, Kostecki now needs to stay in that mix. 4.5 seconds. We're thinking about the gap at this point in time. That gap is 3.3 seconds even, so it was 3.5. It has come down over that lap by a 1/10 of a second. So 3.3 seconds for Madison Down. Has about 4 laps on the tyres worse than Kostecki and co. This is something to keep in mind as the second stops will happen in about, I'd probably say, 20 laps time for those wanting to come down in and get themselves to the end.
Exactly right. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled for when that happens. But as I said, it's going to be lap 46, the earliest possible that you can get home and not have to pit again. Meanwhile, this battle for 17th place, Kurt Stenberg showing the nose to Blake Purdy here, but Purdy keeping it nice and cool with the momentum, and a big defense there from Purdy. Stenberg moving around in the rear mirrors gives him another tap on the bumper. This is some excellent racing, and this has brought Job Stewart right back into it as well. You can tell that
He's trying to turn it.
Yeah, Stenny's very desperate to get by Purdy here, getting a little frustrated behind the wheel of that number 47 Trans-Tasman machine. Let's see what he does at the final turn. Stenny was half a tenth or 200ths of a second faster than Blake Purdy on the last lap, so it's going to be crucial for him to try and get by.
Well, if he's going to start losing his temper, and Kurt definitely does sometimes have that, as we do have a car around here out on track we're hearing, and that looks like it's the 946 of Tom Freer. It is. It was right behind these guys in the fight with Chris Coxhead, so that's crucial. Now look at this, though. Job Stewart's thinking about having a move here, trying to get down the inside to support his teammate in pursuit colours. Has he got a look to the inside and got it done? As there out of the pits comes Ian Bird. No, he can't get the move done, so that's crucial in terms of getting that one done. So a bit more of a waiting game going on in the mid-pack, which continues to scrap for a very, very long time here in this one.
We're seeing a pass for second and third, potentially. It is really on now between Brody Kostecki and Forzan El Nabi. El Nabi right on the bumper of the Penrite Racing driver and showing him the nose down the straight, letting him know, I am here, I want to pass you. Look at how close they run to that pit wall, making the sparks fly.
Oh, well, that's how much they want to maximise every inch of this circuit. Their road tax gets a full bit of usage as they head through to turn 3. El Nabi, still the same old story. I can't get by Brody Kostecki, and that will be the sticker that he will have, or the shirt that he'll put on. I couldn't get past Brody Kostecki. Could you at this point in time? So that's going to be the hurt. So this is how the field looks right now. Madsen down leads. Brody Kostecki's in second, as Forzan El Nabi is in third position right now, as a redress, I think, coming in for Brady Myers, or a drive-through penalty. I couldn't quite see which one was which, but Brady Myers getting a little bit of a word from the stewards right now as he redresses positions then as he goes through. We've got right now James Scott in fourth, and this is what I want to say. James Scott in fourth position right now. How many times is this guy going to not have the best qualifying, just put together a decent race, and suddenly gain points in the championship?
Well, that's the thing. Qualifying doesn't count for much, as we see Jake Maloney putting a move there on Michael Taliancic, and that is for position, and Taliancic is going to have to fall in behind there. But James Scott, yeah, you can tell that he has that racer's head on his shoulders, as Taliancic letting Adam Briggs by, I think, electing to run his own race, doesn't want to get too involved in other drivers' races. Technically, Taliancic has not taken his first pit stop yet, because he did go into the pits behind the safety car, but that was before the pit window officially opened.
Well, that's going to be very interesting here. So if Taliancic has come down in on lap 3, then he is looking for a very big splash and dash from this one. He was probably near the rear, so he didn't have too much to do. But again, look at Forzan here trying to push on Brody Kostecki. They can't hold each other up, though. They know they've got to stay within Madison Downs' range, because Madison came down in incredibly early and maybe longer on that second stop. Through the left-hander they come along. On the brakes they go into turn number 2. And again, Forzan El Nabi stuck behind Brody Kostecki and cannot find a way through. 5th at the moment is Brad Ryan having a stormer. Andrew Gilliam has recovered his way back to 6th. He's only 10 seconds off the lead, mind you. Then you got 7th Cooper Webster. 8th was Wayne Burke at this point, because he's come down in and he has made a stop, which is going to be very interesting in terms of his race. So that will be his first stop. Would it be on lap 45?
Yeah, goodness me, something like that. And speaking of long stints, Danny Davison has made it all the way to lap 46 without coming in, as has Andrew Dyson. So those guys absolutely going long, and they would have been helped by being tied back in the pack. Oh, a bit of contact there at the final corner between Kostecki and El Nabi, and so Forzan is starting to get physical. Madison
Down comes in. This is crucial for the second stop. So race leader in again. Madison Down comes in. Kostecki and Elnabi fighting. Cars off in the background there. That's Sean Linsdale then, who's gone off at turn 1 and has done so all on his own, missing the braking point and trying to get back on track. So that's key. Kostecki, though, he made a mistake. He caught the grass on entry to the final corner. That's what brought the bump for Forzan, and now they're there. They can't afford to fight hard at this point. They know Madison's come in. They've got to make the tyres work and try and get Madison down on the overcut to win this race.
Yeah, well, Madison Down has come in at the first available opportunity, and he will not be pitting again towards the end of this one, which means that his tyres are going to be screaming for mercy in the last few laps of this race. It's all going to depend on what Kostecki and Elnabi do. How long do these guys want to go on their second stint, and do they risk pitting together potentially? They stay out once again. It's going to be a long middle stint for these two, but Elnabi still showing the nose down the start-finish straight.
Well, this is going to be key to Madison Down's race. He's right in the middle of traffic right now, trying to get by Jordan Ross on the inside, and he gets the move done then. There you can see trying to get through is Tom Freer now on Jordan Ross. He's got the inside. Jordan Ross's vehicle looks a little worse for wear at this point in time. Look at this. All the way to 6s and 7s and 7s and 8s, and now to 9. Freer gets a big tap and goes through, and all of a sudden, down the inside, give him a little bit of a bump on the way through you go, Michael Schreier. He's here, he's Tom Freer, and he's losing places.
Yeah, unfortunately, and getting a little bit of a slide on there through the dog leg as well. So Freer has not had a fun lap so far, but that's one of the things about Oren Park. You make one mistake and you got cars behind you, you're probably going to lose all of those positions and more. But this battle for the race lead on track at the moment, still nice and hot. Kostecki and Elnabi only have a car length between them. At this point, Elnabi must be wondering, goodness me, should I start fuel saving? Because it looks like Kostecki's not giving an inch.
No, it's 105 flats for both of them. Big lock up there from Forzan Elnabi. He's got to be careful about those if he goes on and continues to do some of those in this race. This is where everything's going through. Replay up on screen, and you can see it right now into this. Watch this in slow-mo. You can see Forzan's got the sideways on, and you can see both of them trying to really point it into the corner. Brilliant work between both of them right now to really push on forward.
Absolutely. Big thanks to Modem Simulation for your support, our official replay sponsor here at SimSpeed TV. Andrew Gilliam, meanwhile, haven't checked in on him in a while. He's back up into 5th place, our pole sitter, and looking to rectify that stall in the pits from before.
That stall has cost him 10 seconds to Madison Down. He knows what he needs to do. And look at this. He's there at the moment. Forzan's there again. Looking to get close. The gap was 3/10. Now 2.5 as they cross the line. So now Brody Kostecki, again, nothing doing for Forzan Elnabi to get by the Erebus driver, or the Penrite driver, I should say, going through as they get themselves moving forward. So now all of a sudden, what do you do, Forzan? Where do you go and make this move? He has a little more of a shallower line into turn 3 to try and get in the mirrors. But Brody Kostecki's seen that a million times before in his racing career. You're not going to get him by cheap mind tricks.
Yeah, he's seen it about a million times in this race already as well. It seems to be Elnabi's preferred line into turn 3. But Kostecki, with his years of real-life racing experience, racing in the Super 2 series, in the real racing world, he's got a lot of experience under his belt. He knows how these cars work. So he's holding up really nicely versus the resurgent Forzan Elnabi.
Can I just say, Andrew Dyson's on his 50th lap of this stint.
How?
I don't know. If I knew that, I'd be in your position, Reese. Let's put it that way. So Andrew Dyson currently in 12th place with Michael Taliancic just in front in 11th right now. These two are fighting for position, and they will also do so when they come out of the pit. So these two working hard at this point in time to make sure that their results are going to be crucial at this point in time, and they both stay out again.
Thomas Hinz just getting passed by Dylan Carroll there, and we saw a brief on board of Hinzy's reaction. Couldn't really tell much from his facial features, just full concentration once again. Elnabi, it looks like, has dropped back ever so slightly here from Kostecki. That's interesting.
That is very interesting. Forzan Elnabi, I think, just giving himself a little bit of room right now. Knows there's going to be some lap traffic coming up in the forms of Brett Loxton and Sam Sutton. So going to have to try and find a way by that. PD and Q in terms of the way that this race is being run. So we'll keep that in mind for these drivers as they look to try and go on here at this point in time. This is going to be a tough run. And this is actually something to keep in mind right now. These drivers who are still out there on track, the likes of, say, those that are moving forward, because Taliancic, Dyson and co, they're doing late 105s at this point in time. That's a great indicator for what Madison could be doing come the end of his long stint to end the race.
Yes, indeed. Loss of about 0.8 of a second versus when the tyres are fresh. So keep that figure in mind, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be keeping an eye on that towards the end of the race. Meanwhile, Job Stewart and Kurt Stenberg still haven't left each other alone here, battling for 15th position. Stenny going nice and deep into, a little too deep into turn 2, locking up the brakes. His front tyres are not going to enjoy that. And Stewart, meanwhile, starting to smell blood, got the Zuva racing car behind them as well, looking to get in on this.
Exactly, and that's going to be the key. Brad Ryan has also been caught over this stint by now. Andrew Gilliam looking for 4th place here. And into the pits. That was close. Also coming down is Brett Loxton, but Brad Ryan, Andrew Gilliam nearly had another one down on the pits. He really doesn't take too many liberties with that section of the track. So Andrew Gilliam finds himself now up into 4th place overall, has been released by one driver there, Brad Ryan. Next up, the championship leader, James Scott.
Yes, and James Scott setting a 104.9 on the last lap versus a 105.042 for Gilliam. Here's a replay on board of Brad Ryan. You see Andrew Gilliam once again just missing him by millimeters on the entry into the pits. I don't know if there was even a bit of contact there. It just looks like it might have been a slight lockup from Brad Ryan, but, you know, you can dream. Andrew Dyson finally brings it in. How he was able to keep that car going for that long, I will never, ever know.
Car wide as well was Dom Ferraris. He's going to lose the position to Dylan Carroll here. Slots in front of Tom Freer and defends the place well. So Andrew Dyson finally in, but a mistake for Dom Ferraris down at turn 2. All on his own, just drops it there too deep, gets tyres in the gravel, and then he's playing slip and slide, dunk and dive, and there goes 3 positions.
Yeah, bad stuff there for Dominic Ferraris. He slots into the line in front of Thomas Hins, who has a very hungry Brady Myers on his rear as well. And Myers will have to keep an eye on, because he was one of the drivers that had an awful opening stint of the race. Stenberg and Stewart, meanwhile, side by side down the front stretch. How's this going to turn out?
Car around. It's Corey Preston, and he's stuck, so he's waiting to go. He's right on the apex exit there. He is trying to get going again, so this won't be a caution called at this point in time, but he is waiting for a gap in the traffic to really bring himself going, and I wonder if he's stuck here as he tries to go through. This is the long wait for Corey Preston. How on earth has this happened, Reese?
I have absolutely no idea, man. It looks like it was a run on his own completely, and it's a mistake that we've seen many drivers make over the course of the night. Meanwhile, Madison Down and Harley Haber together on track. So the strategy permutations have really resulted in some interesting battles here.
Well, that's very key, because Harley Haber is officially about 50 seconds down the road from where he wants to be at this point in time. So Haber's got to make one more stop, remember. Madison Down does not, but Haber is going to be using his pace here. Will want to get by Dom Ferraris quickly, as he will dive down onto the lane, not liking those tyres. Also down in will come Chris Coxhead again. They're coming down onto the lane. Is he making 2 stops there? Is he sped on pit exit?
He must have. Something like that. He's down in the pits again and actually up on the jacks, so changing the tyres. Not quite sure what's going on for Coxhead there.
That's weird. Anyway, race continues, going on at the moment, and the leading 2 right now, pretty happy, pretty stable at the moment then. Brody Kostecki getting laps led here in this race with Vorzen El Nabi in second. It's crucial to keep an eye on these times. 105 flats they're doing at the moment here, Kostecki and co. At this point in time, Madison Down did a 105.8 stuck in traffic.
Righto, that is quite the loss there for Down, and that's not going to work out well for him in the long term. 105 zeros, meanwhile, for El Nabi and Kostecki, so that's an 8/10 that they will be very happy to receive.
And receive they shall at this point in time. Madison Down has got to get past some drivers. Into the pits comes Kurt Stenberg to make his final stop of the day on lap 56 of his race. So he will have himself 40 laps on that stint to get himself home and dry at this point in time. But we've got some great racing going on up and down this field, and someone else coming in then. In fact, it is a pit party, so to speak. Sam Sutton 2 laps down in. Michael Taliancic then comes in for his final stop. He hopes at this point in time he should be able to make it to the end because he did pit under the safety car period. Keep an eye on what Andrew is doing here. He took a full second out of James Scott last time by, who was struggling with traffic.
Yeah, goodness me, Gilliam is absolutely flying right now. 105.061 versus a 9.82 for James Scott, and the gap is almost under a second between these two.
Gilliam's
What is Gilliam doing?
Well, Gilliam's working to a number. That number is going as fast as I can and closing down any driver I see in front. The tough challenge for him will be, can he close down Kostecki and El Nabi, who he is matching in terms of times at the moment? That's going to be the tough challenge for Andrew Gilliam. But James Scott, he will definitely want to get through up onto the podium as things stands at the moment. Still no takers from those drivers who have yet to come in. Kostecki and also, of course, Forza and El Nabi leading this race. 3/10 between them as they hit the brakes into turn number 1. So for Andrew Gilliam, you start thinking about one car at a time for the lead man at pursuit.
You certainly do. And Kurt Stenberg versus Job Stewart may very well be decided here, as with Chris Coxhead, because he is side by side with Stenny down the front straight, and Stenberg is going to come out of all of that ahead of Stewart as Madison Down gets through on Harley Haber.
He's finally got it done. So Harley Haber then has lost the position to Madison Down, and Mads, who had to work hard for that one, mind you. It was the position. And remember, Harley Haber playing the role there of dutiful teammate here. If he had any chance to hold up for help Forza and El Nabi, he would have done so.
He certainly would have, but looks like that might have started a bit earlier in the lap there for Madison Down. Either way, he's managed to get ahead of Haber, and now he has a bit more clear air in front of him. Meanwhile, there we go, Kostecki in on the lane. El Nabi, meanwhile, has stayed out. So this is an attempt here by Kostecki to gain a little bit of extra time on El Nabi with an undercut.
Remember, if a safety car comes out, some drivers will be in a good position, some will not. If you're stuck here in the lane on a safety car, that's going to be huge trouble. So here comes Kostecki. He'll get up on the jacks, he'll get his tyres, he'll get his fuel, and he will look to get himself going once again. Where is Madison Down in all of this? He's currently heading through the dogleg right now, up to the final corner. Where is Kostecki? Still up on the jacks. Is he coming down? Is he going to be able to get off and away pretty quickly? This is the question that's going to be asked. There goes Kostecki. Here comes Madison down the front stretch. But I think Kostecki may just have this here. Or does he? No, he doesn't. Madison Down's just about got it. He's held the margin, and Haber's in between it as well. Huge lock as he goes through. And now all of a sudden, Forza, if he pits now, surely he's got the run here on Kostecki.
Yeah, he'd have to, because Kostecki's having to go here versus Haber. Remember, Haber has not come in for his second stop yet, so he is... Oh, there we go. So, with Kostecki and Down just coming up over the bridge, this is going to be crucial. It's going to be very close between these guys, but I reckon El Nabi might just lose out.
Well, this is going to be close. Crucially, Kostecki got through at turn 3. He didn't lose too much time in terms of this. Now the numbers at United have to be absolutely perfect here. We know how Forzan was trying to wait, maybe even trying to save fuel through the entirety of that second stint. And Madison Down here has himself a race victory if and it's a big if he can get by. There goes El Nabi immediately now, looking to try and get himself going. Where is Madison down in all of this? The answer is coming through now. Madison's got the race lead, but crucially El Nabi's got the jump on Kostecki. Can he get up to speed?
Well, that is the question. He's going to have to get these tyres up to temperature quick, smart. Kostecki has already had a lap to get some temperature into those tyres. Oh, down! He ran wide. El Nabi makes contact with him. And, oh my goodness, what on earth has gone on there? Couple of technical issues, I think, for Forzan El Nabi. He's actually vanished. He's vanished. And he's just gotten the position on Kostecki as well.
And Kostecki's in the lead. Oh, El Nabi's back, albeit tentatively right now, but that's not quite what you want to see. There is huge issues right now here for Forzan El Nabi here, fighting for second position, made contact with Madison down, but crucially, Brody Kostecki leads.
Well, this is quite the change of events, isn't it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how Madison Down can work his way back up here, because he's right behind Haber once again, and having to find his way back once more. Running wide at turn 3 with that contact with El Nabi. Down will be ruining that, but he gets by Whoa, hold up a minute. El Nabi, with the mother of all technical issues, warping right through his teammate. So this is very concerning, Sperry.
Well, it's not often I say this, and I have to say this in terms of things going on. I know the iRacing people do not like me saying this, but when you've got a 2,100 ping, this is what happens.
Yeah, exactly right. So something has obviously gone very wrong with El Nabi's Ethernet cable, and he'll have to hope that that sorts itself out quick sharp. But meanwhile, Brody Kostecki, he's got quite the lead here over Madison Down in excess of 2 seconds. So that turn of events has really worked out to the number 69's benefit.
It certainly has, and Brody Kostecki now has just got to put the laps together because Madison is on older tyres, on more fuel, and now it's just a case of run it home to the end. Brody Kostecki, not over and done with. All of that would have helped James Scott and Andrew Gilliam out a little bit. They would have gained a couple of seconds from this. And remember, they are going to be a lot shorter on their lane with their splash and dashes. So this is going to really play into their hands at the moment. As in comes James Scott to make his final stop.
There we go. So how this works out versus Gilliam, I will be very interested to see, and how much time James Scott will be able to make up. And hearing from race control, no further action for the incident between El Nabi and Down, and I would agree with that. I would class that as a racing incident, all things considered.
I wouldn't. That's the thing. I disagree with that one. I believe El Nabi's at fault for that, because even though he's got those issues like that, I believe those issues have played a huge part in the last 2-3 laps.
Well, Dan did run wide.
Yeah, it's a tough thing, but it's something that Forzan El Nabi has traditionally dealt with in the past. So I think that would have been El Nabi's issue at this point. He's now behind Harley Haber and behind by a few seconds. Here comes James Scott off of the lane. He's going to be behind everyone here. Cooper Webster as well. And that's very interesting because Webster's come out ahead of James Scott.
Yeah, how on earth has that managed to work itself out? It's not really what James Scott would have wanted. It's a very long stop for him. Maybe he got a slight penalty, or maybe didn't pull up in the box correctly. In comes Gilliam, meanwhile, from the race lead. We'll see if that longer stop for James Scott has worked out to Andrew Gilliam's benefit.
Well, let's just get this in perspective here. Cooper Webster was 8 seconds behind James Scott coming down in onto the lane. If those are 8 seconds that Andrew Gilliam can get back, Andrew Gilliam may just take the race lead away from Brody Kostecki. This is going to be close as they come through the final corner. Here comes Kostecki now, and we'll see how close this is going to be. Remember, Gilliam's got the last pit box as well because he put the car on pole position. Here goes Andrew Gilliam, and he's not gone yet. That's crucial. Kostecki's got the lead outright.
Well, there we go, and Gilliam is going to come out behind Haber and El Nabi. He's going to come out with Daniel Ackland for company, and they make contact right out there. That is the pitfall that I've referred to so many times, and not only is that a shame for Ackland, it has absolutely destroyed any chance Andrew Gilliam had at getting a win here.
It happens just like that. And there is where it falls apart in terms of where that goes. All of a sudden, Thomas Hinds has the race lead, mind you. He's yet to come down in and make his stop, but crucially, he's only a couple of seconds here ahead of Brody Kostecki. He's getting laps led under his belt, but if Kostecki wants to get through, he's going to have to earn it against the Ra2 driver, Thomas Hinds.
He absolutely will, because we know how much of a hard taskmaster Thomas Hinds is, and he's still remaining out on track, not taking his final pit stop just yet. He's going to go for more of the splash and dash towards the end, or maybe a final stint, evening things out, so to speak. And you see those occasional glances that Hinds is making in his mirrors. He knows that Kostecki's coming.
He certainly does, and look at how Forzan has worked hard over the last couple of laps. He's on the back of Madison down, and he is incensed at this point in time. He needs to try and push forward here. He knows he's half a second behind Madison, but 2.5 seconds, now 3 seconds back of Brody Kostecki. And at the moment, it's now a case of what can Forzan do in this position to go and put himself in the perfect place to get the result that he knows that he is capable of doing. This season is 4 deep, and we got a vehicle off there in the grass. That's Corey Preston, who has had a big moment there heading through that turn 9. He's given the mother of all slides to it and has ended up right in no man's land still.
Yeah, well, he's managed to get it back on the track and get it going again as we go to a quick modem simulation replay. This is Sean Linsell for Mach 1 with Blake Purdy right behind him, and this was... This could have been an incredible pass here, because have a look at Purdy firing it towards the inside. There was a brief fake there from Linsell, but Purdy wasn't falling for it. Oh, and El Nabi poking one up the inside of down. He locks up as we go back to live pictures. This battle is on for second place. El Nabi going for that really shallow entry to turn 3 once again.
Car 209 will get a drive-through penalty. That will be Brett Loxton, who will have to take a trip down the lane. So Brett Loxton will go down the lane, but crucially enough, Madison down in second. Thomas Hinds did come down in on that last lap. So Kostecki 2.5 seconds to the good right now, but Forzan El Nabi will be absolutely head down and putting in qualifying lap upon qualifying lap, try and get himself going. He has a big slide through the final corner, trying to get himself anywhere close to getting past one legendary Madison down.
Man, I love this battle, and I cannot wait to see how it turns out. That drive-through penalty for Loxton, meanwhile, I have a feeling that had something to do with the Corey Preston incident that we saw just a few minutes ago. Preston taking that big trek off the track. Obviously, that was because of Brett Loxton. There's only 3 cars left to take their final pit stop in this field. Danny Davison, Harley Haber, and Sean Linsell. Those are the only 3 cars left to make their final stop.
And this is crucial as well for Harley Haber, because he knows he's now in damage limitation mode. James Scott is there in 5th position net on the road at this point in time. Harley Haber's going to drop back, lose maybe 30, 40 seconds. That puts him right on the cusp of the top 20. You look at drivers in that top 20. Myers, Stewart, Stenberg, Brad Ryan, Andrew Dyson and co. That's not a place you want to be scrapping for, but you want to make sure that your stint's going to work absolutely flawlessly. That's what Harley's going to have to do as and when he makes that stop. Again, Forzan in front, thinking about where do I make the move here on Madison down.
Yeah, he loves having those looks down the front straight, and you know that might have something to do with engine cooling as well, because we already have seen an engine or 2 pop. What has happened here to Michael Taliancic? He's found the tyre barrier, and that is around the area of turn 2. So obviously gone a little bit too hot into that first turn. It looks like he might have done this spin all on his own, just getting on the throttle a bit earlier. He just put a pass on Andrew Dyson coming into this turn, but obviously the car a little bit unbalanced, gets on the throttle a little too early, spins up the rears, round he goes.
2 hits to the back of Madison down by Forzan El Nabi. Now he wants the run here through the dogleg for second place. Nose to tail as they go up through. And look at that huge slide from Forzan El Nabi as he tries to find a pass. And he still can't get by Madison down.
Oh, this is getting really spicy now. And they've got Haber coming up on them as well. Remember, Haber still has to come in. El Nabi shows the nose again. Moving around in Down's mirrors, the psychological games are starting to be played, but Down is a tough customer. He's been there a million times before. He's won 9 official iRacing V8 championships. He knows what to do in a situation like this.
He absolutely does, and he knows what he needs to do. He needs to pick up big results time and time again. So now, what can you do at this point in time? Forzan over the Yokohama Bridge, moving towards turn 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 coming up. So now Forzan, you can see how much time they're losing. A 105.6 from Madison Down after those hits. Brody Kostecki is walking away with this race right now, and he knows that he's walking away with it. Kostecki has been so quick all week long, and he wants to prove that this is his playground that he's fighting in.
It's been a beautiful run from Kostecki over the course of this race, and he's managed to stay out of trouble, put himself in the right position every single time. And this battle between Down and El Nabi continues to only help it and further drive in that he is the favourite to win this one. El Nabi will be desperately looking for a second place, and I tell you what, even if he doesn't manage to get by Madison Down, I'm sure he'll be happy with third after the dramas he's had.
Absolutely, it's all about consistent points for Forzan, who missed the first round of the championship, so he's already got a drop week in the bank at this point in time. And this is crucial as well. If Brody Kostecki does pull this off and wins this race, it's the 5th different race winner in 6 races here, Reese.
Absolutely. Split 1 race winners so far. James Scott won at Montreal. Forzan El Nabi won both races at Sonoma. Dane Warren took the win in the first race at Sebring, and it was Griffin Gardner who took P1 in the second race at Sebring. So 4 different winners from the first 4 rounds. Make it a 5th? Yeah, bring it on.
Absolutely, bring it on right now. And all of this battling, remember, keep an eye on all of this battling, because there's Cooper Webster behind with Harley Haber, half a second right now, may have to make the move on the road, but Cooper Webster right now could be sniffing a podium here for the Evolution Racing team.
Yeah, he certainly could if he manages to jet up to the back of Down and El Nabi. If they continue to run bumper to bumper as they are, they're coming up on traffic as well. Dylan Carroll down in 28th position, just up ahead of these guys, and El Nabi is monstering the back of Down. This is going to get very spicy once they get into the twisties.
And it's the twisties now that they start to hit. So what can you do, Forzan, here? Are you going to just sit back and wait for traffic to be cleared, or are you going to use that to your advantage here at this point in time? This is a big scrap going on at the moment. We've got bigger scraps as well going on a little bit further back. Adam Briggs right now has mirrors full of Wayne Burke for the top 10. Jordan Caruso just in front of that, and then behind Dean O'Brien in 12th place. That's a big scrap going on. Then you got Coxhead and Hinds, and then you got Myers and Stewart and Stenberg and Szlowski going on for the top 20. Those are some big scraps going on right now. Vehicle off there down at turn number 2. Is that Tom Freer again, who's had a moment then down through? Yes, it is. So Tom Freer once again just having a torrid time of everything as he tried to deal with Brody Kostecki. Just ran wide, almost got scared off by the race leader.
Yes, indeed. Well, now he's got the championship leader behind him on track, and he'll want to let him go quick, sharp. Meanwhile, Webster on Haber. Gap is under 0.3 of a second, and Webster, I think, is just going to be hoping, please, Harley, pit next lap. Or is Haber going to run this second stint all the way out and go for the very quick splash and dash at the end?
Well, that's what we're looking at right now. How quick is the splash and how quick is the dash at this point for Harley Haber? He knows he's got to try and pull the results in, but if he's running up the leaders, Cracknell goes around at the final corner right in front of everybody. So Michael Cracknell has a big moment in front of Madison Down, goes sideways, saves it just about, but he's only now able to get into the grass to try and go again, and it is a slippery slope down there, and there you see, whee, round you go, 180, and try and snake it back up.
Meanwhile, in the midst of all of that, Harley Haber has come down onto the pit lane for his final stop, so that releases Cooper Webster. So now El Nabi will be wanting to get by down as soon as possible, otherwise he's going to be in big trouble from Webster. Here we go, El Nabi with a great exit up the hill. He's got the inside for the left-hander down out on the marbles, but can he hold it? El Nabi can't put it up the inside for turn 7. Going to have to wait for another opportunity. Very well held by Down.
Are you going to find another one, Forzan? How hard are you going to have to work for this? Madison Down with the uber car placement. That is the car placement of a champion. And that is why he is one of the toughest cookies in the box to try and crack. And that is why Forzan El Nabi is still stuck behind, because Madison Down has just put on a masterclass of how to defend at Oren Park Raceway. El Nabi again searching for a way to find through at turn 2, searching again for pretty much shadows.
Well, you gotta think, Madison Down loves Oren Park. It was his home track, and he was there for the final V8 Supercar round in 2008. So Madison knows this track like the back of his hand. It's one of his favorite tracks in the world. He knows his way around here, and I guess that just proves it once again.
Well, if Madison Down had the chance, he'd probably buy a house on the Oren Park estate. That's how much he knows this place and loves this place. So now Forzan El Nabi, more issues he's having at this point in time. Will they be the ones that pretty much terminate any opportunity in this race? That's going to be so disconcerting in terms of this battle, in terms of the way that he has been running it, because there is Cooper Webster as well, just knocking on the door, saying, well, can I come in? Can I have a chance? And they're pretty much blinking in and out. This is going to be really distracting here for Cooper Webster as he tries to run forward.
Yeah, replay here of Thomas Hins on the Zuva racing machine, and that looks like a position let by there, the 208 of, I believe that's Chris Coxhead.
Yep, and that's Chris Coxhead there behind, so that was a change of places for 14th. It is worth noting that Harley Haber has come out in 22nd now. Needs to get by Danny Davison. Brad Ryan's just down the road with Soslovsky and Stenberg, so this is going to be a hard battle here for Harley Haber. So here we go. Maybe a look to the inside. Oh, not close enough.
Oh, you don't want to take that kind of line at the dog leg, but he dives up the inside of the last turn, and a very well completed move. Davison saw him coming there and gave him the room. Davison just running a very calm race, trying not to get in anyone's way. It's worked out pretty good for him so far. Meanwhile, this battle for the final position in the top 10, Briggs versus Burke, really heating up as we get into these final laps.
Oh, it is, and this is crucial as well, because you're looking here at Adam Briggs having to work out, okay, what do I do here in this situation? Where do I have to defend? Because Wayne Burke, who started, remember, 9th position, is down 1. He wants to be net even for his race today. That's normally a sign of you've had a good race in net even. Adam Briggs up 10 places, is the biggest mover inside of the top 10 at this point in time, knows what he needs to do, and that is defend for the final 21 laps of his race.
Yeah, and it'll fly by in terms of real time. Briggs going a little bit deep into turn 2, but he keeps it going. Some more technical issues we're hearing for Forzan El Nabi as there we go. Wayne Burke fires it up the inside at turn 3, gets the move done. Absolute textbook.
Well, you can write the textbooks as we have this continuing right now. So brilliant work here from Wayne Burke to get that move and to move on through that position. That was well done through that point in time. So crucially enough, now this is going to be a case to be made for so many drivers out there at the moment. I think we've finally seen the last maybe of Forzan El Nabi here. He has dropped back now to 5th place with those issues behind James Scott as well. So Cooper Webster has been released onto the podium and now has 1.3 seconds to get to Madison Down, as Harley Haber now starting to get aggressive here. He's through and onto the back of Brad Ryan. He's flying 1:04.3. Was that purple last time by?
That certainly was. He set the fastest lap of the entire event in the midst of that. The entire 250-kilometer race, firing it up to the inside at the last turn. I mean, he's not going to be enjoying having that many cars in front of him, but he's certainly got the pace to do it.
how many times do we say this, Reese, that no matter where Harley Haber is in a race, he is a factor in some way, shape, or form? As look at this from Brad Ryan, trying to send one up the inside here of Scott Zizlowski, having none of it. Haber's going to go to the outside now, try and get the move done, given a lane, and uses it, works his way over to get all of the track. That is car placement supreme.
I love that trilling of the R. I was looking to do that at some point during this broadcast, but I don't need to now. Thank you, Sperry. But Harley Haber on a huge turn of pace right now, and Scott Zizlowski, I think, is a sitting duck with his slightly damaged number 669. Haber just placing his car exactly where he needs to. This is allowing Kurt Stenberg to get away, though, at the front of this pack. He's got a little bit of breathing room.
Won't matter for Harley Haber too much. He'll just pick them off one at a time as they head up through the final corner. Scott Zizlowski's got to be wise to this. This is the scrap going on. 18th, 19th, 20th on the road, and Job Stewart's only a couple of seconds down the road for a Harley Haber who does want to make moves, does need to make moves, and desperately is in that position right now where everything matters. Late lunge to the inside. Is there contact? Ever so slightly, but I thought that was fair game. That was a lean there on Zizlowski, who now has Brad Ryan trying to go down the inside and pick up that place. And has he got the move done? Oh, it's not quite done just yet. He's got to hold it again, but there is the move finally completed for Brad Ryan.
Finally, well, he lost a position and then he gained one. So meanwhile, in all of this, Forzen Elnabi has fallen all the way back to 7th place. He's now behind Gilliam and Maloney too. So this race, I think, he had an excellent first half, did Elnabi, but the second half is leaving a lot to be desired. Haber now drawing up to the back of Stenberg quite quickly. That turn of pace he's got just continuing. Stenberg's last lap, a 105.535, and Haber, it looks like, might just pip him here into turn 2.
Oh, well, look at this. Kurt Stenberg will not make life easy for Harley Haber. The two get along very much as chalk and cheese do in towards turn 1, side by side, turn 2. Anything you can do here, Stenny trying to lean in, gives him a little tap, but ultimately Harley Haber made sure that he was alongside and through and got past Stenberg so quickly. Any time he would have been stuck up, pent up behind, Stenny would have made life a million times harder.
Haber now up to 18th position, and the next car up the track for him is Job Stewart. But Brody Kostecki still leads this race. Madison down in second and still holding a nice gap back there to Cooper Webster. It looks like he's managed to keep that pace nice and consistent. 104.9 on the last lap for down.
And a 105 flat, and a very low 105 flat for Cooper Webster at that point as well. So Madison down, just managing this race, knows that Brody Kostecki's a little bit too far away here. 4.7 seconds down the road, managing it all well, and Kostecki took advantage of the contact between Elnabi and Madison down and has been walking away since that point. Sometimes you do need a little bit of fortune, but you can't write the script right now because there are just 16 laps remaining here in this race, and 4.7 seconds on a couple mistakes and a bit of lap traffic issues, which Brad Ryan's just had. He's had a spin down at turn 1, trying to get down the inside of Stenny. So this could all fall apart at the drop of 1 lap traffic.
Yeah, Brad Ryan's having to slow down a lot as well to let the race leader by of Kostecki. Here's the replay. Managed to blast past Stenny at turn 2, but just went way too deep, carried too much speed, and the rear end went light. That's a big shame for Brad Ryan. And Scott Zizlowski, I think, got a magnificent view of this and a little bit of a fright as well. There is Ryan spinning. Here comes Zizlowski. Which way do I go? I guess right.
Well, he guessed correctly, which was the crucial thing for his race, as Zizlowski continuing on forward in terms of his run right now in this one. And this is crucial as well to keep in mind on how on earth this race is going to run. Madison Down's just run wide through the final corner, and this may have just closed back in that gap for Cooper Webster. That gap, which was 1.5 seconds, is now down to 1.1 after that final corner. So crucially, Cooper Webster absolutely storming at this point in time. He did a 104.8 on his tyres right now, which was a 10.5 quicker. Gilliam is also on a charge right now. He's closing right back up to James Scott after his issue coming out of the pits.
Yes, indeed. He had a great pace on the last lap. The lap before, actually, running a 104.8. He did a 105 flat on this lap just past, but still James Scott was a 10th slower than that. So Gilliam chipping away once again. You see how much rubber is being laid down on the racetrack as the track temperature, Sperry, we'll check in one more time on that. It's down to 32 degrees, so the track is really in an optimal state right now.
It certainly is. In-sim time is 20 to 6 in the evening, and of course evening conditions, that track cooling, the track getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and all of a sudden, Harley Haber's looking at more damage limitation. This is Job Stewart, the fight for 17th place, and it will be a long road for the next position for Harley Haber, because they're doing 105.1s at the moment. There's Hinsey and Coxhead and Brady Myers. That will be a tough fought battle to get to, but Harley Haber still the fastest man on track, still trying to get himself up more places.
Yeah, so 104.792 on the last lap, and the gap now down to half a second up to Job Stewart. And we saw how brave Haber is into the last turn. Is he going to do the same? Not from this far back, surely, but at least he'll be able to gain a car length or so on Job Stewart. Slight lock-up into the final turn as we get a Motum simulation replay of Haber and Stewart. Have a look at Stewart.
This. Look at that. 2 wheels up. Excellent camera work by Jay Kennedy. And there you can see just how beautiful that is at the moment. Haber can't get it done at turn 2 as we look from an onboard perspective here. Has he got the nose to the inside here at turn 3? He sends it in deep. He sends it in late. And he's got the move sorted. No chance of the comeback then from Job Stewart. Harley Haber with a peach of an overtake there as he made a way through.
He's now up to 17th position, but with about 12 laps to go, Haber's got a huge gap up ahead to Brady Myers, which is the next car up the road. I highly doubt that he'll be able to draw up before the checkered flag.
Battle go, car stopped. Oh, this is interesting right now. Car stopped, Brett Loxton here as he does let everyone through and go by. That was interesting. He's got himself going, so ultimately that was a case of Brett Loxton. Does he have damage? Has he hurt himself? Is he just letting everyone through? I don't know what's happening with Brett Loxton right now.
Well, on the replay here, we can see that he overshot the run into turn 2, but that wasn't the end of it. He was making his way back onto the circuit. Let's have a look at what happened from the very start. He let by the Exto Gaming car of Danny Davison. Something not right with his car, just running a bit too wide in turn 1, and thankfully he kept it out of the tyres there, but we'll stay with this replay and we'll see what happened. It looks like there is a bit of right hand down for Brett Loxton here. We'll see what he does here under the bridge. Yeah, he has to let them all go, and that's a very awkward spot.
That front right wheel does not look good at all, and I think that Brett Loxton, he's got himself finally going, but this doesn't look like a race that he would want. He has been up as high as 2nd position with finishes, but today is not that day. He dives down into the lane. I think Brett Loxton's day is done here at this point in time, but we do have ourselves only 30 or 14 laps. Sorry, no, I can't even count right now. 11 laps to go now for Brody Kostecki at the front of the field. Madison Down not away with this one for 2nd right now. Cooper Webster looking to make a name for himself, might just put himself in the wheelhouse. He's a 2nd back right now, and he needs to get there. James Scott not safe for 4th place at the moment. Andrew Gilliam, what a recovery it has been from a stall and a huge moment, because you'd feel that Gilliam would be fighting for 2nd at least, if not the race victory at this point.
Yeah, he would have been one of my picks to fight for the race victory, but that slow start, that stall, and the big incident he had, unfortunately putting him back. But I do agree, this is an excellent recovery from him, and if he can get this 4th place here from James Scott, he'll certainly be happy with that, but I'd take a top 5 as well.
I'd take a top 5 in a Scops race. I'd take any top 5. Sometimes, you know, Reese, you've seen the way that I race around quite a bit. You know, I just take a lap in the race lead.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that that round at Silverstone where you decided to pit later and later and later and later, get your little turn in the spotlight.
Still didn't get my lap led. Ira Felbert took it from me. Anyway, at the moment right now, Jake Maloney here in 6th position, having a very solid run. We haven't talked much about Maloney today because he's just been the quiet man, just toiling away, working away, and he's going to get a great reward for the work that he's put in today.
He absolutely has. He's got a car between himself and El Nabi. That is Sam Sutton, who's still circulating down in 33rd position. But Jake Maloney, I think, has been one of the star drivers of this race today. Certainly, you've got to think about the likes of Kostecki and Webster as well, up 10 positions from his starting point. But Maloney, as you said, a quiet, controlled race, and he's gotten himself into the top 6 for his troubles.
He certainly has. It's on for the top 10 as well because Adam Briggs is looking behind and sees a Dean O'Brien who started 23rd on the grid, mind you, and who said you can't overtake at Oren Park Raceway because Dean O'Brien may just be in the wheelhouse for a top 10 finish.
Yeah, he might just be. We'll have to wait and see, though, because Andrew Gilliam is continuing to reel in James Scott. The gap is now under 0.4 of a second, and Gilliam continuing to draw up under brakes. You can see a little bit of Larry behaviour from James Scott's machine, bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 2. But Andrew Gilliam, he's got that car nice and stable, putting it exactly where he needs to.
The traffic then gets out of the way, so Andrew Gilliam has no issues from teammate Jordan Ross. That's crucial because that was old team and new team. Jordan Ross there was having to look at right now, and James Scott knows better than anybody else. Andrew Gilliam is one of the quickest. They have fought in so many series. If you get our good friends at Apex Racing TV, they fought in AOSC. You talk about what they've done in terms of some of their fights they've had when it's come to official races. Now they fight in Scops and look for it hard here for 4th place up the hill. Now you look at James Scott, knows he is gaining unequivocally in this championship. No Ethan Gringold, Haber a mile back in this race. He knows, just keep it on the island. Do not get drawn into any shenanigans here with Andrew Gilliam.
Yeah, he'll want to defend this as best he can because, you know, one extra position is nothing to sneeze at, but if it's an aggressive move from Gilliam, it would be best for him to just back out of it because he's got to start thinking about the championship. He's not had the best of runs since he visited the top step of the podium at Montreal, so if he can just hold on for this top 5 with his rivals having the issues that they've had, he will certainly gain out of this.
And that's the key. He's got to gain at this point in time. And someone like Andrew Gilliam, a wiggle as he went on through. That's going to be so costly as he went on through that section. So Andrew Gilliam, all sorts of trouble as he made his way through. But ultimately, for the time being, Gilliam knows he's got to really push here because he's got 7 laps to go and really work this. Just 7.5 minutes really here left in this race. 7.5 minutes go by just like a click of the fingers.
They do. The lap around here just over a minute in length, but it feels twice as long because of how many corners it packs into this very short 2.6 kilometer Oren Park Raceway.
It's so interesting to see how this one's going. Still on for the top 10, remember, right now. You got Briggs and O'Brien there together, and behind that, Jack Boyd's just sitting back 1.2 seconds in the mirror trying to go through. Look at this, though. Hinsey and Coxhead and Myers all together. If they start checking up, there's a Harley Haber who's 5 seconds down the road who may want to get involved, but it's a good scrap. Hinsey at the front of this one, up 10 places, who has driven a faultless drive today by his standards right now as they go through. Chris Coxhead as well, having a good scrap as his Forzan here in 7th position. Issues seemingly resolved, caught Jake Maloney.
Yeah, Maloney running slightly wide through the last turn. That's not going to help his run down the straight. Going to give El Nabi a couple more tenths of a second in terms of track position. and feel like Maloney's top 6 that he would be very proud of may just become a top 7 before the end of this. And we're taking a look at a modem simulation replay because Brady Myers seems to have had a couple of adventures here with Chris.
Big one.
Let's have a look on the replay then. Coxhead with a bit of a late entry into turn 3, and then Myers trying his best to look up the inside into turn 4 and hits Coxhead, brings them both around. Fortunately, he immediately lifted off the position.
And look who's through. Harley Haber as he goes. Oh, he's just got an overlap there as he goes through the final section of the track. Myers is going to come straight back at him, though. So, Harley, you've not got this one all complete just yet. Inside of turn 2 for Brady Myers. Trying to go around the outside. Leans on the side of Haber. Haber's going to keep himself in this fight here on lap 91 of their race. Inside for turn 3. Has he got the inside all sorted? Tries to dump him off on the exit. Says, that's what you get for leaning on me, sunshine. Through a position.
Well, Haber continues his charge up, and with this, he's gotten himself up into 16th position. Forzan El Nabi, meanwhile, has gotten onto the back of Jake Maloney. They were side by side down the straight. This is not over. Sam Sutton's getting a very good front seat of this.
Yeah, and Sam Sutton, remember, is 2 or 3 laps down at this point. Does not want to be involving himself in this issue between Forzan and Maloney at this point. So these two know what they need to do. They've just got to try and run themselves to the end. There's not long left in this race. It's all about now the one move. You set yourself up for the one move around this place here, Reese.
Yeah, the one move is the one that counts, and you want to do it as late as possible. You don't want to give your rivals a chance to come back at you. The mistakes come thick and fast at a track like Oren Park, so that's more important than anywhere else.
Absolutely. Gap still 6/10 between James Scott and Andrew Gilliam. On the brakes they go into the left-hander of turn number 2. Out on track, and they know with 4 laps remaining, 93, 94, 95 and 96, they have got to be absolutely on it right now as they start pushing forward. They know what they've got, they know what they're capable of doing, but at the moment they have only one thought in their mind: one more position.
One more position, and Andrew Gilliam could potentially be looking at that if he continues to put this kind of pressure on James Scott, and Forzan El Nabi could be looking at the same versus Jake Maloney here. They still run line astern, but Maloney is starting to fall off a bit. El Nabi still having a couple of technical glitches. That's not going to fill him with a whole heap of confidence.
No, it's certainly not, and that's going to be worrying because every time he's had them, he's dropped a couple of seconds here or there through latency and things like that. So what can you do here, Forzan El Nabi? What can you do to get back to 6th place? You were on for a race win battle with Madison down. It all fell apart from you because of what you were trying to deal with. And into turn 1, turn 2, again, there is nothing in the offing to see that move done. Same for the battles in front, and all of a sudden Cooper Webster is just keeping himself a calm race at this point. They're all running 105 flats at this point to end the race proceedings at this moment. Also, top 10 still on. Dean O'Brien there with Adam Briggs going on, and what a result it would be for Adam Briggs and Dean O'Brien if either one of them get a top 10.
Absolutely. Adam started in 19th, Dean O'Brien started in 23rd position, so both of them making massive gains over the course of this race. They'll be incredibly happy with that, but the battle continues here between Forzan El Nabi and Jake Maloney, and Gilliam right on the back of James Scott. That is quite interesting. He is now in draft range down the straight. He'll be able to draw up ever so slightly coming into turn 1, have a bit of a lunge coming into turn 2. Oh, that's a mistake there from James Scott. A little bit of oversteer under brakes.
It's not often that you see James Scott make an error like that, but that was where he was, and Andrew Gilliam was not placed to capitalise. That would have only been a half-tenth mistake through that section, so crucially with a lap and a little bit to go, that was where you saw it happen. You've got Jake Maloney, though, just giving himself a couple of car lengths here with Forzan El Nabi. It's all he needs at this point in time. Just a couple of car lengths. And also Jordan Caruso's been caught here late by Wayne Burke. Does he have enough time to to get the move done. Also on 9th and 10th place, but the white flag lap, the final lap, starts for Brody Kostecki here, who is at the front of the field by over 5 seconds here in this race. A splash and dash for Danny Davison as he comes in. Madison down, now in second, Webster third, but look at this for fourth right now. James Scott trying to fend off one Mr. Andrew Gilliam, and again through turn 2, it is not forthcoming. The chance at 3 maybe. He's got himself within a car length, but it's going to have to be a lunge, but it is scouted all the way by James Scott, who is on full defense mode at this moment in time. Maloney has himself the gap that he wants. Caruso still holding what he needs. Same for Adam Briggs at this stage. Scott, for the moment, though, knows that he's in the easier section of this track. Just got to defend the final corner, really, and he's got himself home and dry. 2 corners, though, for Brody Kostecki, who will make it the 4th different race winner. Oh, sorry, the 5th in 6 races here in Scops 2020. And Brody Kostecki picks up Oren Park with a wonderful drive. It will be Madison down in second. Webster will hold on for third. And the battles continue on. It was no chance for Andrew Gilliam, but it is still on for the top 10 places at this point in time. O'Brien and Briggs, there you can see Wayne Burt behind Jordan Caruso is just going to run out of road to get himself over the line. That is the case, but crucially, Briggs a top 10 for DPR.
Excellent job from Adam Briggs, and he will be celebrating in that number 72 Mustang as a result of that. But how good was Brody Kostecki today? He put himself in exactly the right positions at exactly the right time, took advantage of others' difficulties, and he comes home a Scops winner.
Absolutely, and he has done a fantastic job here today with all that he has done, and classified results will be up on your screen right now. Brody Kostecki picks up the win in 1 hour 47 minutes and 20 seconds. He wins by 5.4 over Madison Down. Cooper Webster comes out of this one in 3rd place. James Scott gets 4th with Andrew Gilliam in 5th. Jake Maloney comes home with 6th place with Forslund El Nabi in 7th. It's Jordan Caruso who ends up with 8th place, with Wayne Burke unable to get through in 9th, and Adam Briggs a big top 10.
Yeah, just coming home 5/10ths behind was Dean O'Brien for One Performance Racing. Jack Boyd only a few tenths further behind that. Blake Purdy comes home lucky 13th after a very eventful race. And Thomas Hinz comes up 10 positions from where he started. 14th for his troubles, a very good run. Brady Myers, meanwhile, has to settle for 15th position. He won't be too happy with how things have gone for Altus Esports in this race. Job Stewart comes home in 16th for Pursuit. Chris Coxhead coming home in 17th for Zuva. Kurt Stenberg, another eventful race for him. He comes home in 18th. Harley Haber, one of the biggest heartbreaks of this event. Were it not for that ultra-long pit stop, we might have seen him contend for a podium. He is the last car to finish on the lead lap. The top 20 rounded out by Scott Soslovsky.
Brad Ryan had himself his moments today. 21st it would be for him, with Jordan Ross 22nd. Tom Freer was off more than he was on in that race today. 23rd for his drive. Damian Johnstone 24th. Michael Schreier up 16th to 25th. Then you got Sean Linsdale in 26th place. Dylan Carroll, Danny Davison 28th for him. Michael Cracknell in 29th, and Andrew Dyson going a whole lot of nowhere.
Yeah, rounding out the top 30 is Dyson. Ian Bird comes home 2 laps down in 31st. Michael Taliancic in 32nd place. Sam Sutton could have been a top 10 contender, but unfortunately, he has to settle for 33rd, 3 laps down. And then we start getting into retirement territory. Brett Loxton coming home. Corey Preston classified 35th. Daniel Ackland, Dominic Ferraris, Sam Blacklock, Glenn Postlethwaite, and Josh Anderson, all having absolute horror races, but none more horrific than Ethan Warren. He started in 7th place and didn't even make it 3 laps in.
He didn't make it 3 laps. He struggled to even make it 3 corners, and that much tells you all you need to know about the way that his race ended up being run over that one. We'll move very swiftly over to post-race interviews, and Brody Kostecki here joining us after a massive race victory. Brody, talk us through it, because that first and second stint was all about staying in that race. You get a bit of fortune, and all of a sudden it opens up and you can walk home with it.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. Got a good start. Had Jared Filsell in the box, so the old one-arm bandit was pretty good on the strategy, and helped that pretty good with the setup this week too. So just tried to look after my tyres as best as I could, and saved a bit of fuel, and ended up just jumping Harley there, and got Mads when him and I'm not sure who was second at the time, had a bit of a bust up. So yeah, it was pretty good.
It was pretty good, and we've been seeing how over the course of pre-qualifyings that you have been knocking on the door first, seconds, inside that top 5 every single time. In terms of how this series is really helping your development as a driver, how very important is it to be having these battles, these close battles with such very strong competition as this place offers?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously, with everything happening right now, there's not much to race, so got to come race the highest level that you can, and that's here at SCOPS. So yeah, it was good. Lots of clean battles. Everyone races pretty clean at the front, so should be good, and hopefully you can prepare me for a couple of wild cards if I get some for the E-Series.
Well, hoping for some wild cards. You know that you've got a lot on your plate moving forward. You've definitely got the pace to be up there and scrapping and fighting and clawing, and you've proven that with a big race victory here at Oren Park. Who gets it done for you? Shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank.
I'd just like to thank everyone at Erebus and my Super 2 team, Augusta Motorsports, and Jared Filsell for being on the box, and all the people that were watching, and all the people that race it. Makes it good fun. So get the dogs, everyone.
Well, a good win there for Brody Kostecki. He'll be incredibly happy with the way that that one has been done for him. In terms of drivers who are here, we're going to have a look over at this driver moving up forward. Cooper Webster got a third place, stood by with Reese Gardner.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the commentary box, Cooper. Congratulations on your podium. Quite the jump for you. What was your approach in terms of the strategy to gain so much?
It was really simple, I believe. I just tried to maximize the tires the best I could by evening out the stints, and I wasn't getting held up by any back markers, and I was making my way through cleanly, so I didn't see much point pitting early or staying out to dodge back markers. So I just did my own race on strategy there and made no mistakes in the pit lane, and worked out pretty well.
You had a chance at second versus Madison Down, but backed off in the final stages. Was it just a case of the tyres not being up to scratch anymore?
Yeah, definitely. I think he had the edge on me overall. And when I was catching him, he was making small mistakes and I was driving perfectly. And then it was the opposite at the end of the race. I just made a few mistakes and it didn't help my race against him. And I was getting a little worried with James catching up, but it was all good.
It looked like a good race strategy-wise for most people in Evolution Racing Team. 3 cars in the top 10 with your teammates James Scott and Jordan Caruso. So all up, a good result for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Big ups to those two drivers. They drove really well and just good teamwork and strategy work before the race because obviously it was the most important thing tonight.
And before we let you go, Cooper, shout out sponsors. Who gets it done for you at Evolution Racing Team?
Big ups to Panther, Racing Fuel, MIR Raceline, and Logitech Gaming, and everyone in ERT, especially Brenton. He puts a lot of hard work in and couldn't have done it without him.
Thank you very much, Cooper Webster, your third place man there. And Sperry, unfortunately, it looks like Madison Down is not joining us.
No, that doesn't seem to be the case, but we do have Andrew Gilliam that we can very quickly have a talk to. As Andrew, it might just be a case for you that you need to get a new ignition.
Yep, definitely need a new ignition and maybe a new clutch foot as well. I just stalled it in that first pit stop, unfortunately.
Well, it's a very unfortunate stall. It cost you 10 seconds in the race today, and you ultimately finished that one behind by 9.6. So it seemed like a race victory was in the cards for you. Of course, after a fantastic qualifying, which was absolutely right at the death, out of nowhere. Absolutely fantastic work.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it was a breakthrough pole for the team. Like I'm just elated about that. So we all worked really hard once again this week, and yeah, we've got something really solid to show for it now, and I'm just really pleased with how qualifying went. I knew the pace was there. The track was a little grippier than the pre-qualifying sessions, so I think we all suffered from a bit of understeer at the low speeds, and yeah, it was just absolutely sending it into these high speed corners, and yeah, the like you said, in the death of it, look how close the splits were. It was just insane, yeah. But it was an awesome pole.
An awesome pole, a race where you still get some very consistent points, some rivals in the field not having the best of results. So you look at Road Atlanta in 2 weeks' time, you thinking that you're starting to gear up, and surely there's a race victory around the corner somewhere for you.
Yeah, we've been sniffing on it, sniffing on the back of it for a while now, and we just need to, like, we've definitely got the pace. We've shown that consistently for the last few rounds now, and especially in series like AOSC, we've got the pace to win. We just need to apply our trade a bit more in the one percenters to just now the more complex sort of style of this Premier Series with the extra strategy and the lack of fast repairs and everything like that that the series holds. So yeah, we just need to put the one percenters together now, and I think we'll get a breakthrough win this year.
Well, before we let you go, Mr. Gilliam, shout out sponsors. Who gets it done?
Love to give a massive shout out to Track Racer and MXTV and Six Gear Imagery for their support, and I just thanking the team so much. Like, it is an absolute pleasure to have gotten a breakthrough pole for them. So yeah, thank you very much to all their hard work, and thank you to you guys as well for your hard work behind the scenes and broadcasting for us.
Well, no worries at all. Andrew Gilliam, 5th place in the end. We have managed to find Madison Down, who's probably having a nice party with his Trans-Tasman teammates. He's stood by with Reese.
He certainly is. Welcome to the commentary box, Madison. Congratulations on 2nd place. And that race, I think, was defined by that early pit stop you took, one of the first cars to come into the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We had to take a pretty big roll of the dice on strategy. We just didn't get quali right. Didn't miss it by much. I think it was 400s, and yeah, we were just that little bit away. And then I made a horrendous start. So dropped to about 10th at turn 1. So track position is just so important in this car, and particularly at this track. So hard to overtake. So I knew I needed to roll the dice on strategy, and it was mentally pretty hard. That last stint was, I think, 50 laps on a set of tyres, so that was really tough. But no, good to get back from 10th up to 2nd. The pace was pretty good.
It almost went all kinds of wrong when Forza and El Nabi made contact with you at turn 3 after you went wide. What happened there?
Yeah, I knew. I mean, that was effectively fighting for the win. I knew how hard it was to pass. So obviously my strategy was to get track position and use that clean air to get that track position. That happened. I was in the lead after the stops all came out, or effective race lead, and obviously I was going to need to defend pretty hard on those first few laps until their tires kind of plateaued. So I was in very, very hot into turn 3 myself. I kind of outbroke myself a little bit, and I think Forzan was really trying to make it work on cold tires, and just came unstuck a little bit and it let Brody through. But no, in the end, I haven't had a chance to review it. But in the end, 2nd's a good result.
And it would certainly be very special for you coming at a place like Oren Park. This is effectively your home track, so this place holds a very special spot in your heart.
Yeah, absolutely. I still miss it every day. Grew up watching car racing here as a kid. Actually, that first part of qualifying was brilliant. In my virtual reality headset, I was sitting on the last corner hill watching qualifying shake out. So that was a nice little feature for me, I guess, of having VR and that split qualifying session. But yeah, the win always seems to elude me here. I thought it might come tonight, but the pace is always good, and it's so fun to drive this place. I'm so happy that iRacing's done such an accurate version of this track.
Well, before we let you go, Madison, from your spot there on the podium, shout outs and sponsors for Trans-Tasman Racing.
Yeah, virtual racing school's always been great. Speaking of which, a big thanks to them. I should have a VRS direct drive wheel coming pretty shortly, and I've heard nothing but good things. I know they're being launched to the market pretty shortly as well, so keep an eye out for that. But big thanks as well to my teammates at Trans-Tasman Racing. We put a bit of work in over the pre-qual and got the car dialed in pretty well. Our pace as a team was pretty decent, so big thanks to those guys too.
Thank you very much for joining us, Madison Down. 2nd place here in the Sydney 250 at Oren Park. Well, Sperry, that brings to an end proceedings for tonight. And once again, what a round. The series just continues to turn it up.
It turns it up and it continues to bring an entertainment value on what has been a brilliant championship so far. You can catch the next round in 2 weeks' time at Road Atlanta, same time, same place, on the iRacing Esports Network. But a massive thanks to those who get it done for us here at SimSpeed TV, and of course, for this Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2020 season. Of course, to the Virtual Racing School as the title sponsor for this series, to Ezy Finance, who came in on this Oren Park 250. Of course, Oceanic Sim Racing for running these events. Simon Black and Michael Korolev doing a great job in the stewarding's box for us here today. And of course, to Motum Simulations on the replay. From Jay Kennedy on the cameras, Reese Gardner, who's been alongside me as the Southpaw Racer. I, of course, have been Jake Sperry. It's Brody Kostecki's time. His first win in a Scops race has come exactly when he needed it, starting to hit his stride as he searches for so many things to keep his sim racing career and his racing career very much occupied. But more importantly than that, we will see you very, very soon, because Road Atlanta is only a few weeks away.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive!
This is it!
This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?